A little bit after the top of the 9 o'clock hour here, Mountain Time, a little bit after 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Right now, though, we want to get an update on Russia's invasion into Ukraine from Fox News Foreign Affairs correspondent Trey Yingst.
An intense search for survivors in the southern port city of Mariupol after a Russian missile severely damages a children's hospital and maternity ward. Local officials saying at least 17 reported wounded, including children and expectant mothers.
It is a war crime without any justification.
It's one of the most heartbreaking incidents yet for a city that has been under constant Russian bombardment for days. Residents cut off from power, water, and food. The World Health Organization has documented 18 attacks on health facilities and workers in Ukraine. Repeated efforts in recent days to bring in desperately needed supplies to Mariupol and ferry residents out has failed every time. The most recent ceasefire shows some signs of success, getting civilians out of the capital, Kyiv, and scattered eastern cities. The latest of 2.1 million the UN has said are fleeing so far to neighboring countries.
Today we will do everything to continue the functioning of humanitarian corridors. But if there is at least one shot fired, full responsibility lies with the invaders.
It comes amid renewed fears over Ukraine's nuclear power infrastructure after fighting cut power to the decommissioned Chernobyl plant. The UN nuclear watchdog agency saying there is so far, quote, no critical impact on safety. After territorial gains in the south, Russia claims its forces are intensifying efforts in the north, placing military equipment around residential buildings in Chernihiv. But Ukraine's military and civilian volunteers are responding, ramping up defenses in many cities, including homemade metal barriers. The slow Russian encirclement of Kyiv is raising fears the stalled offensive will soon take a more brutal and indiscriminate pivot.
I grew up here. I got married here. I think that most of us will stand until the end.
Amid sporadic shelling, residents on Kyiv's outskirts continue rushing toward transportation hubs, seeking escape. But there are shows of resistance and patriotism. The Kyiv Classic Orchestra playing the national anthem and Ode to Joy in Maidan Square. There is growing evidence the Russians are committing war crimes in Ukraine. People here are bracing for bloody days ahead. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thanks so much for that update. He's been doing such great reporting in Ukraine as we continue to follow this along. I'm being joined by our friend of the program who also has been guiding us through this war, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks for being with us tonight yet again. And I want you to respond to the most recent development, and this is diplomatically and economically speaking. We just got this in confirmed by the Associated Press. That the United States, the EU, and the G7 nations will revoke most favored nation trade status for Russia over the Ukraine invasion. Does that mean essentially that those countries will no longer do just your everyday trade with the Russian Federation?
Well, it could be, Andrew, it could be that they're going to revoke that. Actually, most favored nation, I almost get the sense they look back and they said, really, we still have them in that category. Most favored nation means that there's not a lot of high tariffs against what they sell and things like that. So what they're going to do is go back, revoke that. I forget all the individual items that were within that. I did a lot of work with U.S. Customs Service many years ago, and there's a series of things that fall under that status, which allowed to the reduction of tariffs and other sorts of barriers towards trade. Obviously, in this situation, we're going to put all those barriers back into place. So that makes sense that they would do that. But one thing I will say is it shows a certain unity with the G7, because the G7 is not just Europe and the United States. It goes around the world. It includes Japan as well. So this shows a global unity, a unified effort. And by the way, when all these countries line up to say that, they influence all these other countries that they do business with to also line up and do the same thing. So essentially, it's part of that further isolating Russia economically, turning into essentially a state disconnected from the global economy and the global financial system. Yeah. And so it makes a lot of sense.
Speaking of Russia's economy, I just want to give the latest update. Their stock market was yet closed again. This is more than a week now where the Russian stock market has been closed. But the Russian parliament committees are readying to introduce proposals to regulate prices for food, medicine, and other goods. That's according to Interfax, who heard that from a party lawmaker. How are we seeing the Soviet sphere come back to Russia? Are we seeing glasnost and perestroika reverse itself?
Andrew, almost. One thing within the Russian economy is what is a ruble worth? The ruble is part of the, it's a floating, it has been a floating currency, but I was in the Soviet Union back in the 80s when the ruble was a fixed amount. Everything was fixed. It was completely artificial as to what the exchange rate was for rubles. The actual exchange rate or the actual value of rubles was far below what the official exchange rate was. They're going to have to go back to that because the ruble was just nosediving in terms of value. It wasn't even quite clear if it even had any value. The other thing that's very interesting is the amount of discussion about whether Russia is bordering on insolvency. We haven't seen that in a very long time. Certainly a nation state on the level of Russia. Obviously, they had problems going back years. But if Russia's insolvent, with all the other barriers and SWIFT and everything else, there's no good faith and credit that can be extended, which if they are declared insolvent, the question is, how do they do any international trade? Of course, they're going to have to fix prices within Russia because they're not quite sure what the ruble would be worth. How do you exchange? It brings back memories of the 1920s in Germany when the mark was floating and people would literally go to the store with wheelbarrows full of German marks because the mark was totally worthless. And that's kind of the fear I think the Russians have, is they could have something similar where the ruble is completely worthless and nobody's quite sure what to pay for things in stores.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite stunning if you think about it. Hal, we're watching some of the video from Turkey today, Antalya, Turkey, where the Russian foreign minister and the Ukrainian foreign minister met to talk about and to negotiate some type of resolution to this. There's Dmytro Kuleba, the Ukrainian foreign minister. He says, quote, "I came here with a humanitarian purpose to walk out of the meeting with a decision to arrange a humanitarian corridor to and from Mariupol." Kuleba said they did not reach an agreement with Lavrov. Also, President Biden spoke with the Turkish leader, Erdogan, after this meeting today to talk about their, quote, shared concern over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So it seems like the United States has brought Turkey in from out of the cold here, regarding and despite these sanctions on Ankara for their purchase of these Russian S-400s. Turkey, though, has provided lethal drones to Ukraine. I know you've been following this meeting closely there today in Turkey. Did anything come of it?
It was good to have the meeting, I would say. In general, I think that's what President Zelensky would probably say, too. It's good that we're actually talking, would be a way to put it. I didn't see anything really that could come out of it. The problem is the Russian position was the same line of propaganda, make-believe that they've been putting out there all along. And until the Russians are really able to talk in realistic terms, it's very difficult to deal with the Russians. The Russians are still saying that, there was no invasion. That's problematic. They're also, still saying that the Ukrainian aggression and Ukrainian strike, all this stuff is this information operation or disinformation campaign that the Russians put out, and that's the language I heard coming from the conference, which really prevented anything substantive from coming out of it. But the fact that at this level there is a dialogue in the midst of a conflict is somewhat encouraging. The other thing I think is very encouraging, and I kind of like the way you put that, but it's Turkey is coming back into the NATO fold. That purchase of the S-400 system from Russia was a really big problem within NATO. And of course, the other problem was that corresponded to selling Turkey our highest end fighters, which was the F-35s, and we didn't want those two in close proximity because with buying a system like an S-400, you're going to get technical representatives who probably work for Russian intelligence, and they're going to be, during training and everything else, gathering intelligence on our systems, which they can then use potentially in a future conflict. Obviously, we don't want to see that happen, so it kind of killed the F-35 deal. But I think right now what you're seeing is Turkey is saying whatever rapprochement may have been with Russia, that's gone by the wayside. And I really see them stepping up and becoming much more of a NATO player, and that's good. And it's also seeing them kind of moving back towards Europe. You know, Turkey was always that interesting NATO country because it actually sits in two different continents.
Right.
It's not just a European nation. It's the only one that does that. So seeing them moving more towards European orientation, seeing them close that gap, or at least the perception gap, I think that's a very positive sign, particularly as, look, the wars in Ukraine. The big waterway is the Black Sea. Turkey sits on the Black Sea. There's just no two ways about it. And if you know the naval parity between different forces up there, we want Turkey very much being an unambiguous NATO nation within the Black Sea region. That's absolutely critical to everything else that's going on.
Definitely. Also, Hal, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Poland. She'll be going to Romania as well. We just want to listen to Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera's report on her trip.
The United States is prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory.
In a high-stakes trip to Poland, Vice President Kamala Harris underscored the United States' commitment to NATO and embraced calls for an international war crimes investigation of Russia for invading Ukraine.
Any intentional attack on innocent civilians is a violation.
Harris trying to portray a united alliance with Poland's president after the U.S. was blindsided by a Polish proposal to send fighter jets to a U.S. NATO base in Germany so that they can then go to Ukraine. The Biden administration rejected the move over fears that it would make the conflict worse, drawing criticism.
All of a sudden, it was okay for Poland to give the jets, but when we're in the delivery chain, it's an escalation.
President Biden, meanwhile, touting the West's sanctions against Russia.
And our economic sanctions are crippling the Russian economy right now.
While regular civilians take action too, this Illinois couple raising at least $18,000 and collecting donations like sleeping bags, first aid kits, and other medical supplies to send to Ukraine.
I know Ukrainians are strong, and not strong physically, strong at heart. And that's what makes us powerful.
Congress is also at work. The House recently passed legislation that includes more than $13 billion in aid for Ukraine. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. We know the Senate has also passed the same budget bill as well with that Ukraine aid package in it. But back to these Polish MiG-29s, because we're hearing from a lot of, especially Republican senators today, urging the Biden administration to reverse course. Mitt Romney said today, send these MiGs. Enough talk. People are dying. Send them the planes that they need. We also know that former Vice President Mike Pence was on the Polish border in the last couple of days talking with refugees. I think he was in some of the border towns in Ukraine as well on the Polish border. Hal, do you think President Biden needs to make a visit?
I think it would be something to consider. The other side of this, though, is if I was in the Secret Service, I'd be a little reticent to put the president in that close with what's going on right now. There are some concerns. Putin is not above an attempted assassination. He's done a lot of things. And frankly, I would say within the Pentagon, certainly, but within CIA, Putin's state of mind is something that they're looking at very closely, what he will or will not do. And particularly as things are unfolding poorly in Ukraine. And so I think they're a little worried about putting the commander-in-chief that close. But what I will say is this, about this thing went back and forth with the MiG-29s. The issue is war-fighting aircraft, all right, warplanes taking off from a NATO country, taking off from a NATO base, flying into contested Ukrainian airspace. And, you know, I've heard a lot of back and forth on this. It's like, it's not that big of a provocation. It's not that big of a deal. This goes back to Putin's state of mind and how he interprets that. Whatever we think it is, whatever the lawyers want to, you know, split hairs and say, oh, it's not a violation of NATO's neutrality or NATO not being a combatant in this thing. If Putin believes it is, then it is, because they're a combatant, and the concern would be that this could quickly escalate this conflict into something that it's not. All right, which is not right now a confrontation between Russia and NATO. That is a huge concern.
Yeah.
Particularly as, you know, Putin keeps talking about things like weapons of mass destruction and things like that. So it's a big concern. The problem is we're getting a lot of weapons into Ukraine. It's how to get the planes into Ukraine. I think we talked about this before. I mean, if there was an airport that was like right on the airport or right on the border that had runways on either side and you could taxi the planes across without flying them in, I'm sure some international lawyer would say, okay, that would work. You know, we can take stuff over land, which one would argue if you're shipping it across a border, it's just as much provocative as not as flying it over. But that's a challenge. And it's a challenge that literally goes back to World War II, before the U.S. entered the war, when we were supporting Great Britain, which was getting aircraft to Great Britain. How do we do this without violating the neutrality of the United States? It's not the first time this has come up. And I'm not a lawyer, but I have talked to international law of war lawyers a lot. I've gone through a lot of that training with them. And it's interesting how they kind of split hairs on some of these definitions in terms of how they do that. That's the big problem. Obviously, Poland, they want to see Ukraine very successful. They want to keep the Russians away from the border, obviously. So they're kind of leaning forward. Interesting. And I don't know, this is pure speculation, but I have a feeling that somewhere in the discussion, they said, no, you can't fly these MiG-29s from Poland. And that sounds consistent. And that's where the Poles may have come up with the idea of, let's fly them to Ramstein, turn them over to the Americans. That also gives the Americans that ownership piece, which allows for the swap of F-16s for F-20 or for MiG-29s. And maybe that will work. Obviously, that fell apart within hours. And Poland took a gambit. They said, let's do it publicly. And maybe that was to, you know, basically kind of nudge the administration into letting this go. I don't know. That's pure speculation. I don't think there's a serious rift. I think it's just part of an ongoing discussion of how do we support Ukraine.
Yeah. Hal, stay with us. We're going to go to commercial. When we come back, we're going to get an update on what's happening with that convoy outside of Kyiv. Also, why are we now discussing the prospect of bioweapons and chemical weapons? More on that, Hal, in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, the war in Ukraine is entering into its third week. Take a look at this video we got out of Ukraine today. It's quite stunning. We're going to get Hal Kempfer, our national security expert, to react and to respond to this right now. But this is quite stunning. This is really a video of combat we have not seen the likes of since this all began. And you can see that convoy there, and we're going to play it just again for some of our viewers who might not have seen this. Right now, though, I'm being joined by Hal Kempfer. Hal, I know you wanted to respond to this video. What did you make of it? What's going on? What are we looking at?
Well, first off, you see all the tanks are kind of bunched up. Actually, the Ukrainians are very smart. These are tactics that were used in Afghanistan against the Soviets. Take out the lead tank, take out the rear tank, maybe take out one or two tanks or armored personnel carriers in the middle. One of the things that they have done is they've really assessed well basically the composition of Russian soldiers. One of the things that's been happening over there is they get these counter mechanized or counter armor ambushes, and they take out a few Russian vehicles, and a lot of these soldiers, I think they quickly look around and say, I'm sitting at a big target for a Javelin missile, and they pop the hatch and they leave. And what's been happening all over the battlefield is the Ukrainians have been coming in, literally hopping in these vehicles, starting the engine and taking off with a new tank or a new BMP. So they're very careful on how they do that. The other thing is where you see these tanks set up on a movement to contact, they would have allowed a small combat reconnaissance patrol made up of wheeled armored vehicles. It's a small group, maybe 3 or 4 vehicles that would go forward. So in order to get this advanced guard element you see here with the tanks, which is the lead, the point element for a much larger force to get in there, they must have let that reconnaissance patrol go far forward in order to encourage them to put themselves in that position. The other thing they did was tanks and armor across the board, one of their strengths is the ability to maneuver. As you saw here, they're stuck in the middle of an urban area with a bunch of buildings. They can't go anywhere. They really lose that maneuver advantage. So what this means is the Ukrainians have truly thought this through in terms of how they're employing their weapons sparingly, and how they're taking maximum advantage of the terrain, the urban terrain. And I think for the Russians, they've had to pull back, because this wasn't the only ambush today. They've had to pull back and rethink, how are we going to approach Kyiv? How are we going to get in there? Because Russian doctrine reinforces success. What if we're going into Kyiv and we have no success anywhere? How does that work? And I read a very good analysis today that says we're probably looking at another 48 to 72-hour operational pause with Russian forces near Kyiv, because they're trying to figure this out. What's our next step after what just happened?
Hal, from Fox News Pentagon correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who's in Ukraine, he tweeted today that the long Russian military convoy that had been stalled outside of Kyiv has now dispersed, and that's according to the U.S. satellite company Maxar. And so that's what we're learning right now, that it has largely dispersed and redeployed. So it's not any longer stalled. What do you think that means? Are they regrouping, reassessing, and will they make an effort on Kyiv soon, do you think?
I think there is going to be an effort on Kyiv. I don't know if it's going to be successful. I read a very interesting analysis today, which was kind of a shift, which said that there's a very good chance the Ukrainians may be able to thwart the Russians from taking Kyiv. In fact, they were saying it's almost more likely than not that they cannot break through the Ukrainian lines, or if they break through, they're not going to get very far, and the Ukrainians will basically close in on them. I think that pause had a lot to do with their logistics. One of the things that's coming out of there, or I should say multiple reports, it's logistics, but there's been multiple reports of rotted tires tanks and armored vehicles, throwing tracks, engine seizing. All of this is maintenance. And this goes back to that corruption piece within Russia, that these oligarchs fleeced money from everywhere to include for the defense budget. They allowed some of these, high visibility show things like the new tank, the new Su-35, the things that Putin would tout as part of his, reinvigorated, revised, modernized military. And at the same time, they're fleecing the budget, taking away from things like maintenance, which has to do with making sure they have good tires, making sure that the tracks are functional, making sure the engines are being maintained. And I think a lot of this was they were fixing stuff that had broken down on the way south. I think that a lot of that was a maintenance and logistics resupply. Now they're going into position to deploy these forces. I don't know how well they're going to do. One of the issues is the troops have been, particularly in the armored vehicles. If you've ever been in an armored vehicle when it's freezing cold outside, it's like you're sitting in a refrigerator. It's horrible. And if you don't have fuel to run those engines, you're freezing cold. And these troops have been out there for a long time in the field where it's been extremely cold, particularly in the armored vehicles. It's not a whole lot better in the trucks. And I would think that that's got to be affecting the morale. That's got to be affecting the readiness. And so even though they're moving their vehicles into attack positions, we'll see what this actually turns out to be. And frankly, after today, look, word travels fast in military organization. So if there were some, if they sent their best out forward and their best got their clocks cleaned by the Ukrainians, believe me, the third best and the fourth best in the back of the ranks are going, this is not good. All right. And they're having some serious. So,
Hal, last topic for you, because this is now in the ether, and it's quite alarming to some who watch this very closely. The United States has indications Russia is blaming the Biden administration of building chemical and biological weapons in Ukraine as a false flag for using Russian chemical and bioweapons for a military invasion. That's according to a senior U.S. defense official. The State Department said, quote, "The Kremlin is intentionally spreading outright lies that the United States and Ukraine are conducting chemical and biological weapons activities in Ukraine. We have also seen the PRC, the People's Republic of China, echo these conspiracy theories." Is this part of Putin's Russian propaganda, disinformation playbook? But how concerned are you that this could escalate and this could be a pretext for Putin using those types of weapons inside of Ukraine?
I'm very concerned that he might use weapons and then, of course, try to blame the Ukrainians. This is pure disinformation. This is just a false flag propaganda, completely made up stuff. And the only element of truth that might be in there is that at one point under the Soviet Union, there were probably laboratories that dealt with biological stuff. For all we know, they could have just been regular medical laboratories. Don't know. Soviet Union had a lot of stuff all over the place, and I don't rule out that at one time there were, chemical or biological weapons labs within Ukraine. But this idea that the U.S. is somehow secretly conspiring with the Ukrainians to make these weapons, that's whole cloth made up stuff. But it does concern me that he might do something. And what I'm seeing with the Russians is that they're doing many of the things that we really blame more on the Syrians, but keep in mind the Russians were flying missions, attack missions with aircraft on behalf of the Syrians. They were in there. The Wagner group was in there. That mercenary Russian group was in there. Of attacking hospitals over and over again, tremendous civilian deaths. And the other thing with Syria, which one could even say is somewhat of a client state of Russia, was they didn't seem to have a problem with using chemical weapons.
Right.
And now, looking at, we would definitely point. I'm starting, maybe a lot more implicit than we realized, and maybe experience that maybe using a chemical weapon trying to blame the other side is acceptable behavior. That goes back into psychological assessment of is he a stable actor? Is he a rational actor? And what are his lines? What does he say? I won't go that direction. What won't I do? And I'm sure a lot of psychologists and analysts are wondering about that right now.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we're going to leave it at that. We're having some connectivity issues here, but we always appreciate your expertise and insight into all of this as we continue now into a third week in Russia's invasion into Ukraine, and we'll be continuing to cover it. You can count on us here at LiveNOW from Fox, Live, Raw, and Unfiltered for all of the latest, breaking down these headlines and developments in Ukraine. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and really great conversation as always with our national security expert, Hal Kempfer. Unfortunately, we were having some technical difficulties connectivity-wise, but we hope you enjoyed that conversation and found it informative. Right now, though, we want to hear from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, also talking about a number of the things Hal and I just spoke with regarding Russia's invasion into Ukraine, regarding high gas prices, high inflation, and other issues. So here's Jen Psaki, White House Press Secretary.
Okay. I don't want to disappoint you, but I have no toppers today. Sorry to disappoint all of you. Darlene, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I wanted to follow up on your tweet yesterday about being on the lookout for Russia to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine and possibly creating false flag operations to use them. What is the evidence to back that up beyond what you said in the tweet that it's a pattern from Russia? Is there more to this than it just being a pattern for them?
Well, they have a large biological and chemical weapons program, so it's a pattern, but they also have the capacity. Well, I'm not going to get into specific intelligence. We look at all of those factors, and we also know, and one of the main issue that prompted my Twitter thread yesterday was that Russia has a history also of inventing outright lies like this, which is the suggestion that the United States has a chemical and biological weapons program, or Ukraine does, that they're operating. Russia is the country that has a chemical and biological weapons program. So The objective was to make clear the inaccuracy of the information, the misinformation they're trying to put out, and make clear to the world that they not only have the capacity, they have a history of using chemical and biological weapons, and that in this moment we should have our eyes open for that possibility.
Would use of chemical or biological weapons be a red line for the president in terms of direct U.S. involvement in the war over there?
We are directly involved. We are providing $1 billion in security assistance. We are the largest provider of that. We are providing humanitarian. With the U.S. military going and engaging in Ukraine and fighting a war against Russia, we don't have any intention to do that. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Doreen. Go ahead. Last one.
One other one. The Defense Intelligence Agency, the director told Congress today that his agency underestimated the Ukrainian military's preparedness and will to fight. Is that the assessment? Does the White House share that assessment?
We do, and I think, Darlene, the world does. I mean, I think when we saw the preparations of President Putin and the Russian military on the borders of Ukraine, we saw the power of the Russian military, we saw the intentions of President Putin, and I don't think anyone anticipated the level of courage, of bravery, of capacity to fight back that we have seen in the country. At the same time, we've also seen some miscalculations by President Putin as well in terms of that capacity and willingness, but also in terms of their own planning and logistics of their military.
And then lastly, can you just talk a little bit about the fate of the COVID money, the $15 billion that Speaker Pelosi took out of the bill yesterday? I mean, how confident is the White House that you will ultimately get that money?
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to let you continue. Well, we need this money. So without additional resources from Congress, the results are dire. Just to give you some specifics, in March, testing capacity will decline this month. In April, free testing and treatments for tens of millions of Americans without health insurance will end. In May, America's supply of monoclonal antibodies will run out. So failing to take action now will have severe consequences for the American people. That's why we requested $22.5 billion to avoid severe disruptions to our COVID response. The reason we've made the progress we have at this point is because we have been ahead of where the pandemic is in terms of having the preparations for the most part of vaccines, of supplies needed, and we want to continue to stay ahead of that if we can. So these are conversations, as you all know and has been reported out, that are happening with members, but we will need that funding in order to continue to fight the pandemic. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on Darlene, are you detecting any sign of any imminent use of chemical weapons over there?
I'm not going to get into any intelligence. Obviously, we continue to assess the declassification of that, as you know, Steve, as we have done throughout the course of the last several weeks. But what we endeavored to do when we put out that information yesterday is to remind the world of the large biological and chemical weapons program that Russia has, the fact that they have used it in the past against dissidents on their soil and on NATO soil, that they and that they were taking a step to put out misinformation about our own programs, capacities, and those of the Ukrainians as well.
And the president spoke this morning with the president of Turkey, Erdogan. Did they discuss access to the Black Sea? Do you know?
They had, I know we just put out a readout that you should all have. They had a constructive, lengthy call. I believe it was almost an hour, if not an hour, and the president is very grateful to the role that Turkey is playing and has played even earlier today in hosting diplomatic negotiations at this moment in time. But in terms of additional specifics, there's not more I can get into from here. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thanks, Jen. I just want to be totally clear. Are you saying if Russia does conduct a chemical weapons attack in Ukraine, there will not be a military response from the United States?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. What we're saying right now is they have the capacity and the capabilities. I'm also not going to get into intelligence. But the president's intention of sending U.S. military to fight in Ukraine against Russia has not changed.
But that sounds like even if there is a chemical weapons attack, that calculus will not change. So I just want to be clear on what the U.S. response would be.
Again, there has not been a chemical weapons attack. We are conveying to all of you what the capacity and the capabilities of Russia are, what steps they have taken in the past. Let's hope we are not having a discussion about that, but the president and our NATO partners have not changed their assessment about their plans to send U.S. troops in.
Would President Biden let a chemical weapons attack in Ukraine go unanswered by the United States?
We have not let anything go unanswered that President Putin has done to date. We have not let anything go unanswered to date, any steps that President Putin has taken to date. What that would look like, I can't give you an assessment of that from here at this point.
One other question. The U.S. says their assessment is that Ukraine has planes that they could use. They don't think it would be effective to send more aircraft to Ukraine right now. Ukrainian President Zelensky has pleaded for more aircraft, saying that they desperately need it. So I guess the question is, how do you square the U.S. assessment with what President Zelensky, who is on the ground in Ukraine, says that he needs for his Air Force?
Well, I would say first the U.S. military is one of the best militaries in the world. What we're basing our assessment on is both our intelligence assessment and the assessment of our military experts, who have been, of course, in touch with their counterparts in Ukraine and our NATO allies and partners. And what they assessed was that adding aircraft to the inventory is not likely to significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force relative to Russian capabilities. The Ukrainian Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft, and although Russian air capabilities are significant, their effectiveness has been limited due to Ukrainian strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based air defense systems, surface-to-air missiles, and man-pads. And so one of the other detail is, how are we going to continue to provide assistance that is helpful to them and most effective and most useful to them in this moment? And the assessment of our military has been that continuing to provide defensive assistance and materials in that form is what is most useful and effective at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just to follow up on the COVID aid bill, you said the conversations are going on, but if this bill has the dire consequences that you just described, where else can you go to get money for testing and treatment? Is there money in other parts of the government? I mean, if there's not going to be a standalone bill that gives you it, what are you going to do?
You need additional supplemental assistance.
And what do you think the chances of that are?
It is essential we get that assistance, otherwise we will not be able to, as I just outlined, Mara, and I appreciate you asking the question again for further clarification, we will have to stop a number of components of our program that are essential to the American people.
So you're saying there's no way you can get money move money around that's already been appropriated?
Well, again, I think that if we had that money to move around, we would be moving it, and our assessment is that we need this additional funding in order to meet the needs of the American public. And I would also note that a lot of these programs are widely popular across the board, regardless of your political affiliation, providing antivirals, providing tests, providing free vaccines. Those are all programs that we're talking about continuing.
And I just have one more question on another subject. The administration has been criticized for putting sanctions on one dictator and then going hand in hand to other dictators like Venezuela. How do you explain that?
Well, I think our engagement with Maduro, who we don't recognize, as you know, as the leader of Venezuela, but who is detaining American citizens, was to bring American citizens home. That was our first priority in those engagements. There is not, so as you're all assessing,
to do with energy.
There are a range of topics that we discussed. Largely, the conversation was about our approach to the Western Hemisphere. Certainly, Venezuela, as you all know, is the largest producer of oil in the world. But as you're one of them in the world. Sorry, thank you. Ed gave me a funny look there. I appreciate that. One of them in the world. But part of our conversation was focused about a range of issues, including encouraging them, of course, to be engaging in steps toward peace. As you may have seen, Maduro has announced his intention to be a part of the talks with the opposition in Mexico. But as you are assessing how to spend your energies in this time of a lot of news in the world, I would not focus a lot of them on conversations about the future of the United States importing oil at this point in time. Go ahead. From Venezuela. Go ahead.
Question on the economy. The inflation numbers that we received today show consumers paying almost 8% more than a year ago, and this was before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So how much higher does the administration expect prices to climb?
Well, as you know, a large driver of these inflationary numbers from the last, these monthly numbers, were from energy prices. And we have seen the increase, happen as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So while we're looking at year over year, and there were year over year numbers that came out about a month ago as well, there are still predictions and projections from the Federal Reserve and outside economists about inflation moderating towards the end of the year. Obviously, they make those assessments on a regular basis. But in terms of prices going up, we do anticipate that gas prices and energy prices will go up. That is something that the president has conveyed very clearly to the American public. We also believe it will be temporary and not long-lasting. And what our focus is on now is doing everything we can to mitigate and reduce those prices and ensure there isn't a longer-term impact. So I can't make new projections for you from here other than to convey that, yes, it is accurate that the invasion by President Putin into Ukraine has impacted global inflation in the United States because of the impact it's had on energy prices, and that is a significant contributor to inflation, the inflationary numbers we saw come out today.
You said this is temporary. You've noted before that inflation is going to wane or is expected to wane by the end of the year. Is that still your belief?
That continues to be the projection of the Federal Reserve, of outside economists, and we really rely on them for their projections. But there is also no question that inflation may be higher for the next few months than it would have been without President Putin and Russia's further invasion into Ukraine, particularly due to higher energy prices. And obviously they will watch that, and we are watching that, but that is definitely having an impact.
And just one more on this topic. The president said earlier this week that American companies, he sort of urged them not to price gouge. Are you aware of any price gouging in gasoline that's going on right now?
That's something we've asked the FTC to look at. They are the appropriate body. They're an independent body, so I'd point you to them for any assessment of that. But that's something we have to continue to monitor, right? We've been monitoring it. We've asked them to monitor it. But obviously, at this point in time, when Americans are paying higher prices at the pump, this is one of the areas where we need to watch closely. Go ahead.
Can I ask you about the transportation mask mandate?
Sure.
TSA says it was based on a CDC recommendation. I'm just wondering if you're in position to explain the rationale, the science, the logic behind continuing it in places where the community level is low.
Well, I would really point you to the CDC to provide further detail, but I would note, as you know, when you get on an airplane, you travel to different places, right? You're not just static in one place, whether it's a green zone or a yellow zone or a red zone. So what they also announced is that TSA will be, that the CDC will work with government agencies to help inform a revised policy framework for when and under what circumstances masks should be required in the public transportation corridor, because it's unique, right? If we're in Washington, D.C. and we're in a green zone or a yellow zone, you can make a clear assessment. If you're moving from one zone to another and you're picking people up from one zone to another, it's a little bit different, and that requires some consultation, which is what they're going to endeavor to do between now and April 18th.
Completely separate topic. France said today that the window on an Iran deal is closing. Does the U.S. share that view? Is the sense here that Iran is trying to run the clock?
Well, our view is that we are close. We have been close for some time now, and we also, for the last several weeks, as we've been talking about. We also all know from having been through these negotiations before that the end of negotiations is always when the difficult and challenging parts of the conversation typically take place. So I wouldn't make that assessment or echo that from here. We are continuing to have these diplomatic talks. It is in all of our interests to stay at the negotiating table, and that's what our plan is to do from here. Go ahead.
Jed, you said earlier to one of my colleagues that nothing that Russia has done so far in terms of this invasion has gone unanswered when you were being asked about bio and chemical weapons. Obviously, none of what we have done to answer Russia has steered them from continuing this invasion. So why not consider some alternate strategy to communicate to Russia the consequence if they are to do a bio or chemical weapon strike inside Ukraine?
Like what?
I'm asking you, in other words, why not communicate? You won't say if it's a red line, right? Because you won't say that it's not our intention right now. So let me start there. Is there any red line for Russia that the U.S. would have some involvement where the military entered in Ukraine?
I'm not going to get into red lines from here, Peter. What I would tell you is that when I said we have not let anything go unanswered, what I mean is that we have amped up a range of military and security assistance, a historic amount to Ukraine, including a range of defensive of weapons, which we've expedited the delivery. Even in the last 10 days, we've delivered about $240 million of that. And also we've provided a range of humanitarian assistance, and we have basically crushed the Russian economy, where the stock market is not even open. So it's inaccurate to suggest it's gone unanswered. We have taken all of those steps and rallied the world.
And I'm not saying it's gone unanswered. You say it's gone unanswered. We've witnessed the answer in the form of sanctions. I'm saying, given the potential that you've indicated that Russia could use a bio or chemical weapons strike there, why wouldn't the U.S. communicate to them something that is not an answer, but instead preemptive, to communicate the consequence if they are to take what would be a horrific, this war to a horrific new level?
The president's first and most important objective is the national security and interests of the United States, and being clear and direct with the American people. He has been clear and direct with the American people. He is not intending to send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine against Russia, to start another war, that would be an escalatory step that would not be in our national security interests and not in the interests of NATO. What we have conveyed is Russia's capabilities, their capacities, and their pattern of using chemical and biological weapons.
And so what does he say then? That's the message to the American people. His responsibility to them, of course, is before any other. What does he say to Vladimir Putin if those at the head of the Russian government are considering that? What do you say to them watching right now?
We have been very clear, and our actions have been the evidence of this, that there will be significant consequences for every escalatory step that is taken by President Putin and the Russian government.
Follow on this then very quickly as it relates to the MiGs. You guys have said you closed the door on supplying combat aircraft to Ukraine right now, the transfer of MiGs. We heard from the Pentagon, your colleague there, John Kirby, said it was high risk. Mitt Romney today said there is a sentiment that we're fearful about what Putin might do and what he might consider an escalation. It's time for him to be fearful of what we might do. Why is it not a risk, a higher risk, to wait?
To wait to what?
We're not supplying, to not act in providing MiGs to the Ukrainian country. We said that's a high risk. Why is that a higher risk than not providing them? We're already witnessing civilians die as we speak.
Well, I would say what our assessment is based on is how to prevent a world war here, Peter, which is a significant weight that the intelligence community, the Defense Department, and the President of the United States weighs at every moment in time. And they weigh, and I would note that that there was also, I thought, a very interesting comment that was made that is important, I think, for people to understand how we look at this, which is that there's an escalation ladder, right? And there's a difference between an anti-tank weapon, a shoulder-fired missile, an aircraft, and a fighter jet that could cross a border and actually conduct operations on Russian soil. So how we assess things is what kind of assistance can we provide that will be the most impactful, if humanly most impactful, in protecting, defending, providing assistance to the Ukrainian people as they are fighting courageously and boldly. We are also trying to prevent ourselves from taking steps that would be further escalatory. I don't think we have held back in any capacity in providing assistance, having the backs of the Ukrainians, but we are not going to do things that we think are not in the interest of the United States or our NATO allies, and that is where the bar is for us. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. We just heard you say again that you think inflation is going to be temporary. We've heard you say that it was going to be temporary since last spring. So how long do you guys think temporary is?
Well, again, Peter, I think what we do is we rely on the assessments of the Federal Reserve and of outside economic analysts who give an assessment of how long it will last. The expectations and their assessment at this point continues to be that it will moderate by the end of the year. There's also no question that when a foreign dictator invades a foreign country, and when that foreign dictator is the head of a country that is the third largest supplier of oil in the world, that is going to have an impact, and it is.
And so to that point, inflation goes up today. The president's statement blames the Putin price hike. Are you guys just going to start blaming Putin for everything until the midterms?
Well, we've seen the price of gas go up at least 75 cents since President Putin lined up troops on the border of Ukraine.
And last month, the statement didn't mention the Putin price hike. It mentioned inflation because of the pandemic. Why is that?
Well, Peter, last year, last 2 years, there was a global pandemic. Everyone who's global economists have all agreed that that has been the biggest contributor to date of inflation because of the impact on the supply chain. Obviously, global events impact the economy, the global economy, as well as global inflation. And the price hikes as a result that have escalated over the course of time of President Putin's further invasion of the impact on the global oil markets are, of course, having an impact.
President Biden has hosted electric vehicle stakeholders here at the White House. Would he host oil and gas producers, the people who are the most affected by the Putin price hike?
Well, the oil and gas, I have nothing to preview or predict for you in terms of him hosting oil company executives.
Is he open to that?
I don't have anything planned on the schedule for that front, but I will tell you that the president has been clear that he believes they have the tools they need, 9,000 unused permits. They have the capacity they need to go get more oil here in the United States, and he'd encourage them to do that. Go ahead.
Just one more about electric vehicles. You guys are pushing electric vehicles today. This is a president who always talks about the power of our example. Does he own an electric vehicle?
Presidents of the United States don't do a lot of driving.
He's posted videos where he's revving the engine of his Corvette in Wilmington. He owns cars.
And he also has driven electric vehicles as president, as to give a model to the rest of the country.
Does he own one?
I think the president's record on this is clear, Peter. Presidents of the United States, current and when they are no longer, typically are not doing a lot of driving. Go ahead.
Chen, the vice president expressed support for a war crimes investigation into Russia. Why at this point isn't the United States comfortable just directly labeling the bombing of a maternity hospital as a war crime?
Well, first let me say, the bombing of a maternity hospital is horrific. It's barbaric. I don't think anybody who saw that could not have been emotionally deeply impacted. There's a legal review process that the United States undergoes to make considerations of labeling something as a war crime. That is the ongoing process that we're pursuing at this point in time. It's ongoing. Obviously, if Russia is intentionally targeting civilians, that would be a war crime, but we need to go through the legal assessment and review in order to make a formal conclusion.
One more. The Journal is reporting that Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman declined a request to speak with President Biden recently. Early in his term, the White House said the president would conduct diplomacy with the Saudis through the king rather than through MBS. Why has that policy changed?
That report is inaccurate, so let me start there. The president did speak with the Saudi king just a few weeks ago, several weeks ago. It's all running together at this point in time. There were no rebuff calls, period. But when he spoke with King Salman on February 9th, they talked about, and the readout made this clear, a range of issues and global issues that we can continue to work together on, including deterring Iranian-enabled attacks against civilian targets in Saudi Arabia, supporting UN-backed efforts to end the war in Yemen, ensuring the stability of global energy supplies. And the president's focus is really on our relationship moving forward, where we can work together, how we can work together on economic and national security here at home, and he looks forward to that continuing.
Does it remain the policy that he will only be conducting diplomacy through the king?
Well, he is his appropriate counterpart, but again, there are different leaders who attend different global events from a range of countries, including Saudi Arabia. So if the Crown Prince had been at any of the global events that the president had recently attended, I'm sure he would have engaged with him, but he was not. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Senator Manchin said today that he supported the Republican plan to move forward with 4 out of 5 Fed nominees. I know that you're going to say that Republicans on the Banking Committee should just get back to work and allow the entire slate to go forward, but the president also said during the State of the Union that these nominees were crucial to the fight against inflation, and we saw today, obviously, that's still a pressing concern. So I was wondering if you could walk me through why you wouldn't take what Senator Manchin called a win, get 4 of your 5 nominees. Is it because Sarah Bloom Raskin herself is crucial to this fight in inflation? Is it that you're worried about a slippery slope in the Senate? Like, why not take the 4 out of 5?
I know you gave a little bit of a preview of what I might say there, but one, we don't have any change in our approach or policy here. The committee should hold an up or down vote on all 5 nominees. It is important to note that it is not a lack of votes on the committee to move these nominees forward. It is a lack of willingness of Republicans to show up to the committee to actually vote, even against this slate of nominees. That is where we have a core issue here. So we also would agree with the statements from Republicans in the Senate, like Senator Grassley, who have said that senators should not degrade their advice and consent responsibilities and should show up and do the jobs the American people pay them to do. And our hope is that banking committee members will show up and do their jobs and vote or not support these nominees, but allow it to move forward by meeting a quorum.
But I guess my question is, why is that core issue more important than the broader fight against inflation for you guys? What is the philosophical thing that you guys are saying it's more important than getting 4 Fed nominees on the board in a time of heightened inflation?
We believe all 5 nominees are eminently qualified and should be given an opportunity to be voted through the committee, where we absolutely have the votes. Republicans are just not showing up to get quorum for that vote to move forward.
All right. On inflation, you've said obviously that the Ukraine fight is going to has already driven up gas prices and is going to contribute to inflation in coming months. I'm wondering what spillover effect you expect into the broader economy. So do you expect that this increased inflation is going to impact GDP or job growth or those sorts of things? Is that a fear that you're sort of grappling with, or are the steps that the White House is going to take to try to mitigate the spillover from inflation thing?
So we will clearly continue to monitor all of the risks and the impact. But right now, we believe the United States economy is positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead. Given, since the president took office, we've seen historic recovery. We've added 678,000 jobs last month and 7.4 million jobs since he took office. We've seen the fastest decrease in unemployment on record and the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years. So clearly, and you heard the president of the United States talk about this in the State of the Union, inflation and costs are an issue that we will continue to focus. It's a top priority for him. But in terms of the strength and stability of the economy, we do feel we are continue to be positioned well to deal with the challenges ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask on refugees, and obviously there's been about 2 million people, 2 million Ukrainians who have already left the country, and I know you've said from the podium that most will likely want to stay in the area in Eastern Europe, but I'm wondering what steps would the administration consider to take in more refugees now? I know some advocacy groups have talked about, for example, admitting Ukrainians who already have pending visa applications as refugees. Are there steps that the White House, the administration, would do now to admit more in the United States?
Well, there are steps which are not exactly related to refugees, but related to the Ukrainian population, including temporary protected status, which we announced and are granting for anyone who has been here since March 1st. In terms of additional steps, the reason why it's important to note that we think it's not just many, the vast majority of refugees we believe will want to stay in neighboring countries in Europe, where many of them have family. Many of them have worked. Many of them have friends and others. So that is our assessment. That is why we are continuing to provide humanitarian assistance to neighboring countries who are providing, who are welcoming refugees from Ukraine, who are providing them the assistance they need in this moment of time. And that's where we feel our efforts are best focused.
Jen, can I follow up?
Yeah.
On the refugees, President Duda today, when he was speaking to the Vice President, asked if the U.S. could speed up and simplify as soon as possible the procedures for Ukrainians who want to come to the United States because they have relatives here and they want to stay here until the war is over. So is that something that the United States is considering, and how quickly do you think that the U.S. could do that?
I'm happy to check on that. I would say, again, I don't know what the numbers are in that regard, but all of our assessments from communicating with the Ukrainians, with neighboring countries, continue to be that the best way that the United States can contribute to this refugee crisis is by providing humanitarian assistance, funding to a range of countries who are welcoming refugees. So that's where our focus has been.
And I also wanted to ask you about comments that Representative Madison Cawthorn made about the Ukrainian government. He said in a video that Zelensky is a thug. He said the Ukrainian government is incredibly corrupt. He said some other things, but he also said that Zelensky is pushing misinformation on America. Would the White House like to comment?
I would not. Go ahead.
Jen. The administration has talked a lot about short-term, waiting out short-term effects of sanctions on Russia, and so Americans might now naturally be wondering when the medium term might start. Do you have any indication at all yet that Putin is being squeezed by these sanctions, as you put it yesterday?
That any indication he is being squeezed?
Into making a different decision. I mean, the messaging from the White House has been this is going to hurt, Russia's to blame, just wait it out. What can you tell Americans sort of like, well, when, how long? I mean, that's a natural question a lot would have.
Well, because of our efforts, the ruble is worth a penny. It's the lowest ranked currency in the world. The Russian stock market has not even opened. And you have seen in days, and you have seen outcry from a number of President Putin's buddies and cronies in the form of the oligarchs who we have also been squeezing. Our calculation has been that these financial sanctions and that we have rallied the world to support would have an impact. Our objective is, of course, to bring an end to this conflict. In terms of when that will happen, I'm unfortunately not in the mind of President Putin, but in terms of the impact on his financial sector, the response from people who are close to him, and frankly from the courageous outcry from thousands of people in Russia, that has been clear. When it will change his calculus, I can't give a prediction of that.
Thanks. And can you talk to us a little bit about the president's engagement with senators who have met with his Supreme Court nominee, Judge Jackson? There are reports that he has made multiple calls to Senator Collins, for example. How is it going, and what is his level of engagement right now?
The president has been very closely engaged in this process, even while he is rallying the world to stand up against President Putin. He has made a range of calls over the course of time. I'm not going to confirm specifics of those from here. I would also note that Judge Jackson has been meeting with a range of members on the Hill, as you all have seen every day, including members who may not have had any record of voting for nominees of ours in the past, but she's committed to meeting with every member of the Judiciary Committee before her hearing, and she is quickly working through that. And she is also committed to meeting others beyond that period of time. And many of them have come out and spoken to her their meetings with her after that. So I think that gives the best assessment of how things are going quite well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. This morning, a bipartisan group of lawmakers sent an open letter to the president asking to invoke the Defense Production Act to increase oil production. Is the administration considering a move like that, or other conversations with industry to help lower gas prices at the moment?
Well, without ruling out or ruling in any options, let me explain to you what the Defense Production Act would do in this regard. It would basically be providing money to oil companies to do something that they already probably have the capacity to do.
Have you been in conversation with these oil companies since this latest rise of gas prices has come to increase?
We have been. We have had senior officials in touch with oil companies, yes.
Switching gears really quickly on President Biden's conversation with the Colombian president today. As a strategic partner, in the latest talks with Venezuela, was Colombia involved in those talks about releasing Americans? And will further talks about releasing Americans from Venezuela be part of President Biden's conversation today?
I don't believe they were part of the conversation with Venezuelans, with Maduro about releasing Americans. I can certainly check on that front. We will, I'm sure, have a readout after the meeting that the president is having shortly.
And then on another migrant crisis, Colombia's obviously been dealing with their own migrant crisis coming out of Venezuela for years now. As part of these, as you've all said, that migration is going to be a major part of these conversations with Colombia. Is the administration prepared to, say, help the refugee crisis that's going on in that country and manage the outflow from Venezuela into Colombia?
Well, one, they have been a model. Colombia has in many ways in trying to take steps not only to welcome refugees but also to crack down in many ways on migration. That's part of the conversation that the president will have. We have provided a range of assistance in the past, but I don't believe that there's a new assistance package coming today, but that has been part of our engagement with them in the past. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Did I skip you, Ed? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the readout of the call between the president and Turkey's President Erdogan, wrote that the president appreciated Turkey's effort to support a diplomatic resolution. How would you characterize the White House's role today in supporting a diplomatic resolution to the crisis, if there's any role the U.S. is playing?
The U.S. is leading the global effort to rally opposition to the actions of President Putin, and we have been engaged with the Ukrainians on a daily basis. We've provided more security assistance, more humanitarian assistance than any country in the world, and there wouldn't be the unity of financial sanctions and actions without the leadership of the United States. So what we're doing is we're putting the Ukrainians in a position of increasing, hopefully, strength in their negotiations and discussions.
Is the U.S. playing any concrete role in facilitating these diplomatic talks?
We are supporting the efforts by a range of leaders, including Erdogan, including our Turkish allies, including the Israelis, including the French, and others who are engaging directly with President Putin over this.
And if I could just ask a follow-up on inflation. You know, you've been getting questions about inflation for months.
Sure.
And you talked about a lot of work the White House is doing, but it's largely been long-term strategy, right? Supply chain work, supporting manufacturing in the U.S., semiconductors. To the Americans that woke up with another round of headlines about inflation this morning, is there something you want to point to that's what the White House is doing to provide short-term relief, like immediate relief to the rising costs?
I would say that a huge part of what we've done has had an impact already. One is obviously inflationary pressures have been caused by the pandemic, and getting the pandemic under control, which has been the president's top priority, has the biggest impact on that. We've seen hospitalizations go down. We've seen people return to the workplace. We've seen 99% of schools open across the country. Also, the steps that our supply chain task force have taken have already had an enormous impact, including increasing movement through ports by, I believe, about 60%. If you look at shelves at stores right now, 89% of them are stocked. That is a direct result of the actions of the supply chain task force and this president. It is also true that while the early stages of inflationary pressures were caused by the pandemic and caused by the impact on the supply chain of that right now what we're looking at are different pressures, right? Which is the pressure of the energy sector that is a direct result of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And what we are doing in that regard is leading the world in responding to that and looking at every option possible, including coordinating a coordinated release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to ensure we're increasing supply to reduce prices. So I would say that there are a range of steps that have already had an enormous impact across the board on addressing inflationary pressures, but we also are dealing now with a new challenge that is why we're seeing the inflationary pressures go up. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on your point that you said that senior administration officials have been in touch with oil companies about boosting supply. I don't know unless this has been reported elsewhere. Can you say which ones and what the response is?
I'm not going to detail it further, but we've clearly met with them and remain engaged with them as we do with a range of private sector companies.
One other on Ukraine, we talked about chemical and biological weapons. As Russia appears to be moving towards encircling Kyiv itself, something that Pentagon officials, you or others have said could take several days, if not weeks. Is there concern about getting enough military equipment into Kyiv in advance of that? Or what would happen, what would be done to make sure that they can still be supplied if this encirclement happens or is underway?
Well, what we have been able to do to date is provide, even in the last 10 days since we announced this new package, about $240 to $250 million in military assistance, defensive assistance that, as we noted earlier in the briefing, is what our military has identified as most helpful to them in this moment. We also, thanks to the omnibus and the parts of many parts of that we do like, will now have about $13 billion in additional assistance, some of which we will be able to expedite and provide, hopefully, rather quickly. So we have effectively and efficiently been able to provide a range of assistance to the Ukrainians, and we expect we'll be able to continue to do that.
And then there was a helpful but on background and off-camera conversation yesterday about the Colombia president's visit and details of the Venezuela engagement the weekend. I wanted to clarify one or two things. One of the officials said that there were no talks between us and the regime. We traveled down there to secure the release of detained Americans and to urge a return to the negotiating table. So they did not speak with Maduro government officials about getting the Americans released?
Well, we were working to free American citizens. As I said yesterday, detained in Venezuela, obviously that required speaking with those who had detained them. I don't have more details on who exactly was engaged in that from the Venezuelan side.
You know, when was the last time U.S. officials had talked to anyone in the Maduro regime or that was holding those hostages? before they went to Venezuela?
You mean before they were detained in Venezuela a couple of years ago?
Before they got there this weekend? When would
It had been ongoing for months.
Okay. So the timing of this visit, I know they said in the call, for example, this was the result of months of work. Was it prompted by what's going on in Ukraine, their visit? Or was it the result of unrelated months of work? Because there are some looking at this saying they're taking advantage of the Ukraine situation, potential vulnerability, the need for oil in the global supply, not just in the U.S., but globally. This must have been why they went this weekend.
Well, the issue of detainees is our first priority. And we are also, as you know, had discussions about a range of issues, even as they were through different channels. But I would note that there have also been developments, including Maduro committing to engage with talks with the opposition that have happened over the last couple of days. But the release of the detainees was not for the exchange for sanctions relief or buying oil. And as I noted a little bit earlier in the briefing, this is not currently an active, while they are a very large producer of oil, this is not currently at this moment an active conversation about importing their oil. So that's where things stand at this point in time. But obviously when there's opportunity to bring American citizens who are detained home, we're going to take advantage of that opportunity.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
On the timing of these meetings with Nicolas Maduro, when did these meetings actually start? When was the first time that there was an engagement between the U.S. government and Nicolas Maduro?
Well, the engagements with those who have been detaining Americans have been ongoing for months.
But can you be a little bit more specific?
I can see if there's anything more specific I can get you, sure.
And also following on that, since the president is already here, I mean, in Washington, D.C., the president of Colombia, Ivan Duque, and about to meet with President Biden, was there any courtesy call from the U.S. regarding this engagement with Nicolas Maduro, given the circumstances and given that President Duque has been one of the most vocal critics in the region against Nicolas Maduro?
I'm happy to check and see if there's any more details we can provide on our diplomatic engagements. I would note that our objective here and our top priority was bringing American citizens home. Typically, those conversations and the briefing out of them happens in a very, very small circle, and so I would just note that. But I will see if there's more detail we can provide.
Last question, if I may. Is there any intention to declare Colombia as a principal extra NATO ally after the meeting with the president or even prior to?
Sure. Let's let the meeting happen. We will have a readout of the meeting after the meeting, and I'm sure there will be some developments coming out of it. Go ahead.
Can I follow up on the vote that took out the COVID funding? Well, obviously one of the issues that arose with Democrats in the House was the offsets. Was the White House on board with that arrangement, with taking sort of half of that funding from the pre-existing funds, and is that something that would be workable in a standalone piece of legislation?
I'm just not going to negotiate on this from here. Our objective is to ensure that there is additional funding so that we can continue to meet the needs of the American people. As I noted earlier, those conversations are ongoing, when we will certainly be a part of them from here in our legislative team.
And one more on gas prices. I know you've spoken, I think, about the gas tax before, but there was a group of Democratic governors who wrote a letter to congressional leadership about a potential federal gas tax holiday, something that the president would engage Congress on?
We have not taken any options off the table, and including that one. I would just note that the gas tax, if I'm correct here, is about 18 cents. And obviously gas has gone up by a larger amount than that. So we will consider a range of options. But the biggest impact we believe we can have is working through a range of channels to increase supply in the global marketplace. And that is where a lot of our energies are focused on, but we have not taken options off the table. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to follow up on something you said earlier about how the U.S. is supporting the diplomatic talks between Ukraine and Russia. But has there been conversations about America getting more involved? And is there a point where President Biden needs to bring both sides to the table?
Well, I would say that what our biggest focus is on is continuing to support the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian leaders, and we are doing that by being the largest provider of military, security assistance, and humanitarian assistance in the world. And our objective is to strengthen them, boost them as they are participating in these negotiations. I have not, the President has never closed the door to diplomacy. Certainly he has been leading the diplomatic effort largely around the world as we're rallying opposition to President Putin's efforts. But we've also been engaging before and after nearly every one of these conversations with the Ukrainians, with the Europeans, to discuss where we can support and get readouts of all of these conversations.
And one more. Former Vice President Mike Pence was at the Ukrainian border today. Did the administration know he was going, and was there any kind of State Department support for him or any kind of official support?
I'm certainly happy to check. April, why don't you do the last one? Go ahead.
Okay, Jen, two questions. One, I want to find out what's the latest on Brittany Griner, if you have an update, and also what is the end goal when it comes to this situation for the Biden administration?
The end goal of the war.
Resolution for Brittany Griner in the midst of all of this.
Well, we have of course seen the reports. I cannot speak to the specifics of it because we do not have a Privacy Act waiver. But our objective is always to bring American citizens home who are detained in foreign countries. So that will remain our focus, and that's what we'd like to see the end outcome to be.
Is this Putin's bargaining chip? Is she Putin's bargaining chip?
Again, I can't speak to the specifics of this case, April. I certainly understand why you're asking, but our focus right now on how we're going to bring an end to the conflict is to support and boost up the Ukrainians, to support diplomatic conversations, and to continue to provide a range of assistance in that light.
But you can't speak to specifically why she's detained, all of that, but the end result, can you get into a little bit of the weeds, the minutia, as to what you're doing and how to bring her back?
I cannot speak to that from here. We don't have a Privacy Act waiver, I would say again, but also for any American citizen held, we typically do not get into specifics because that is not constructive to bringing people home.
And lastly, can you preview tomorrow as the President, he laid out the next year during the State of the Union, but he's going to be talking to his own party tomorrow in Philly. What can you give us a little bit of a readout of what he's going to say specifically? I'm trying to get a little bit more as it relates to the CDC. What is he going to say to them? Because he didn't have as much equity and inclusion in the State of the Union as some would have hoped for.
Well, I would say I have not reviewed the remarks with him yet or the remarks yet, so I am not in a position yet to give you a preview of what he's going to say. He's looking forward to traveling to Philadelphia tomorrow to speak with the caucus. I'm sure we can get you all something on that later this afternoon. Thanks, everyone.
What's your end game there? You're not facilitating negotiation, you're not going there.
Okay, we wanted to show you the full White House press briefing from earlier today. Jen Psaki, the press secretary, taking a number of questions there in the briefing room. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, in case you might have missed it earlier today live when we were on it, the courtroom in Chicago, as the actor Jussie Smollett sentenced today, 5 months in county jail. He was remanded right into custody in the courtroom. We'll have all of the comments and statements from the judge as he handed down that sentence after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on a very busy Thursday. Right now we're going to get into some of the content we have shown you already live throughout the day, starting up with the Chicago courtroom where actor Jussie Smollett was sentenced today. He said, "I am not suicidal. I am innocent," multiple times as he was taken out in custody. 5 months is the jail term. He'll also have to pay a pretty hefty fine and have 30 months of probation. So right now we're going to show you the judge's lengthy statement before he handed down that sentence and Smollett's subsequent reaction.
This matter has been pending in the criminal justice system for 3 years, approximately. It's been approximately 2 years on this particular docket. We have an original indictment that was returned by the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. There was a quick dismissal that occurred in this case that caused tremendous consternation in the community, and to this day is a basis of great confusion and misunderstanding and mistrust. In any event, some things happened after the first dismissal, the only dismissal on the case after the first indictment. People were very upset. One person came forward in particular, and that person, of course, is Sheila O'Brien. Sheila O'Brien is a former retired appellate court justice in the state of Illinois. She came to court as a common citizen without credentials, just by herself. And she said she had a grievance and she wanted her grievance heard. And she thought that with the handling of the case by the State's Attorney's Office of Cook County was so upsetting that she was losing sleep. And she explained in her petition all the reasons that she thought that a special prosecutor had to be appointed, not to necessarily indict or do anything in particular, but just to look at this and give it a fresh look because something appeared to be wrong. The case ultimately got assigned to Judge Michael Tuman. And I can say that among his peers, among his fellow judges, Michael Tuman is considered cream of the crop. He's a long-standing veteran judge, been a judge longer than I've been a judge. He sat in this building for many years. He sat on the appellate court of Illinois. He's the current head of the juvenile justice system. He has been a long-standing judge who has a reputation for knowledge, integrity, honesty, and always knowing what the right thing to do is. He took this matter under advisement and hearings were conducted. And after all these hearings were conducted and he listened to both sides, he heard from the State's Attorney of Cook County, he heard from Ms. O'Brien, he recognized that there was confusion in the public, there was concern that confidence in the criminal justice system locally here was at risk and may have been damaged, and that the case required a second look. And Michael Tuman, in his wisdom, sought out the proper, what he thought to be the right person to address this, and he identified Dan Webb and the Winston Strong law firm as the people that might be able to take on the task. Dan Webb and Winston Strong agreed to take on the task, and as I already indicated, they did this pro bono, which means they did it for free. I don't know that at the time they signed up for this, that they had any idea that it was going to be as work intensive as this case has become. This case took several years, and we were slowed down by COVID a little bit, but the amount of pretrial motions that were filed were exhaustive. I have never, other than death penalty cases, which I used to preside over, seen anything like the extent of filing of pretrial motions. And I'm not faulting the defense for filing many motions. I will just say that this case received as much attention and was gone over every little bit of it by a fine-tooth comb as thoroughly as any case I've ever seen before. The stacks of pleadings are high. I've got stacks on my desk that are unprecedented. And we had to wade through all of them, and it took a long time to do that. And there was a tremendous amount of attorney manpower and billable hours that were lost by the Winston Strong firm. And they did it selflessly. They did it because they thought they needed to do the right thing. All I can say as a member of the judiciary, thank you, because that was very, very extraordinary. And I have no idea what the amount of billable hours are, and I can only imagine, but I think it is huge and truly significant. In the event, what happened here is that after Mr. Webb and his team reviewed the case, they had several assignments, one of which was to look into the conduct of the State Attorney's Office, and they returned a report to Judge Tooman about that, their findings about that, another about the Chicago Police Department and their handling of the case. They did that. But what's relevant here, of course, is that they went to another grand jury, and they returned a second indictment. And the second indictment, ultimately by random, got assigned to this particular court. And we came here. We've been here for a couple years now. Well, the pretrial motions have been resolved. A trial by jury was held. The defendant was found guilty of 5 to 6 counts of felony disorderly conduct, class 4 offenses. Our post-trial motions have now been resolved. The pre-sentence investigation has been completed, and we're at the final step of proceedings on the trial court level of the criminal case, and that's sentencing. Let me talk first about the sentencing range, because I think there may be some misunderstanding, at least how the court assesses the sentencing range. This is a class 4 felony. This is the lowest class felony in the state of Illinois. I will note that legislatures throughout the country, in Illinois in particular, have constantly cut into judicial discretion and forced us to have mandatory sentencings under different circumstances. We have to do this and we have to do that, and try to have some kind of cookie cutter justice. But that does not exist in this case for me. I am left unfettered. Under Illinois law, the range of sentence in this case is as follows. Mr. Smollett is looking at a probationary term of up to 30 months. He can receive time in the county jail as a condition of probation of up to 180 days. He can be ordered to perform community service, ordered to participate in behavioral classes, ordered to pay restitution, ordered to pay a fine. He's also subject to a penitentiary sentence of what I find to be 1 to 3 years. Now there's talk about, well, what about 5 counts? Shouldn't he be at least eligible for a 15-year sentence? There are ways to analyze Illinois law and say that in a case where there are 5 counts, that consecutive sentences might be required or might be at least considered. I don't believe that I could ever make the findings that are necessary in Illinois law, and I'm not going to have a long dissertation about it, but I don't think those findings would apply. I don't think Illinois law, for the facts I have before me, would allow for consecutive sentences. So as far as I'm concerned, the penitentiary sentence, should there be one, would be 1 to 3 years. I'm mindful that there's acute public interest in this case. We have television cameras. They want to be here, and they are here. People are watching. People seem to care passionately for varieties of reasons about this case, and the reasons are many. And let me be clear that the sentence that I put down today and render down to Mr. Smollett is not in any way, shape, or form to assuage any public sentiment in any form at all. I'm listening to things that were brought to me in court today, people that have participated in the aggravation and mitigation portions of the presentation today, but this is not for the public. The sentence that's going to be rendered today is going to be strictly for Mr. Smollett. It's going to be fashioned for him. And when a judge sentences somebody, and I've been doing this for quite a while now, you have to look at both the crime that was committed and the person that committed it. How did the person get here? Who is this person? What is the crime? You put them together, you look at the sentencing range, and you try to find something that is just and fits and makes sense and that is right. And that's what we're going to do. Let me tell you, Mr. Smollett, I know that there is nothing that I will do here today that can come close to the damage you've already done to your own life. You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it. And there's nothing that any sentencing judge could do to you that can compare to the damage you've already caused to yourself. So who is Jussie Smollett? Who are you? And how, out of all people in the world, did you get to be here, sitting in the courtroom in Chicago at a sentencing hearing, convicted of hoaxing racial and homophobic hate crimes? How in the world did this happen? Well, there are ironies in this case, and the ironies are many and they are profound. And I'm talking about the testimony I heard under oath from Mr. Smollett, corroborated in large part by the pre-sentence investigation. Mr. Smollett chose to take the witness stand, which of course is his right. He took an oath and he got on the witness stand, and the first thing he did was to introduce himself to the jury. He wanted the jury to know who he was, where he came from, what he was about. And I heard it on the witness stand, and I heard it corroborated today by the witnesses that came and testified on his behalf. There's no question, Mr. Smollett was born into a mixed-race family. His mom is an African-American woman. His dad was a white Jewish man. There were 6 siblings. And if you can say anything about this family, and we're talking about a very, very tight-knit family, a village that was always in sync with each other, that cared about each other, was completely, wholly supportive of each other, you know that this family knew about matters about social justice more than anything else. That's what the family stood for. It is part of the fabric of their existence. I know that Jussie Smollett grew up knowing to be sensitive to matters about racial discrimination, any kind of discrimination, any kind of social injustice. And as a matter of fact, I'm learning more about it as we're going on in the letters I've been receiving and the testimony I've heard today. He's been doing this all his life. He doesn't just talk the talk, he's walking the walk. He's out there, he's advocating. He's involved in the community. He cares deeply about social justice issues. And for you now to sit here, convicted of hoaxing hate crimes, racial hate crimes, and homophobic hate crimes, the hypocrisy is just astounding. I don't know where to begin. I'll remember one thing that will always stick in my mind, and I've been involved in so many trials over the years, but something happened in this trial that it was remarkable. And it talks about your sensitivity to issues of social justice. You're on the witness stand. You're being cross-examined. Your liberty is at stake. It is your criminal trial. Mr. Webb is winding through some things on cross-examination, and he's going through some social media communications, and whether it was Instagram or chat or text, a little quibbling about that doesn't matter. But Mr. Webb found a line that he wanted to confront you with, and he said, "Didn't you say," and he used a word starting with the letter N, "meet me at this place at this time," and I'm paraphrasing. And rather than just answer the question, which is what a witness is supposed to do and expected to do in their criminal trial, you stopped the proceedings. You said, "Mr. Webb, out of respect for all the African American people in this courtroom, you should not be using that word." And I was amazed. But it showed, and I'm not talking about the parrying and the gamesmanship that may go on between a prosecutor and a witness on the stand. That's not why I'm telling this, recalling this event. But what I'm talking about is how sensitive you were to any kind of slight, that anybody, if the wrong words come out of somebody else's mouth, you're going to get up and speak up and complain about it. And make sure that they know that they're not behaving the way you're supposed to behave. So you know better than anybody else that these are serious matters. They're serious to you. They're clearly serious to you and as your whole family. And for you to be here now, convicted of these hate crimes, it's just astonishing. Faking hate crimes. So why did this happen? That's a good question. I think that's the question on everybody's mind. There's some conjecture you did it for the money. Frankly, I do not believe that you did it for the money. You were making, the evidence showed, close to $2 million a year when this happened. I don't think money motivated you at all. But the only thing I can find is that you really craved the attention, and you wanted to get the attention, and you were so invested in issues of social justice, and you knew that this was a sore spot for everybody in this country. You knew this was a country that was slowly trying to heal past injustices and current injustices and trying to make a better future for each other. And it was a hard road. And you took some scabs off some healing wounds and you ripped them apart for one reason. You wanted to make yourself more famous. And for a while it worked. Everybody was talking about you. The lights were on you. You were actually throwing a national pity party for yourself. And why would you do such a thing? Why would you, I understand, you crave the attention so much, but why would you betray something like social justice issues, which you care so much about? And the only thing I could conclude is that, and I acknowledge, there are wonderful sides to you. There are very giving and charitable and loving sides to you, but you have another side of you that is profoundly arrogant and selfish and narcissistic. That's the only thing that can be concluded. And that bad side of you came out during the course of all these events. Let me talk about hate crimes for a minute. I've been a criminal judge for many years, and I've heard many victims of crimes testify in front of me. And any victim of a crime, no matter what the crime is, they are demoralized by what happens to them. It doesn't matter if you're injured unjustifiably, if somebody hurts you and it maybe cripples you or damages you in some fashion that's going to be long-standing injuries. If your property is stolen, Your vehicles are stolen, people go into your homes, your possessions are stolen, people do all kinds of terrible things. It is a demoralizing experience, and sometimes it's the worst experience that anybody can ever go through in their entire life. And then if it turns out that the motivation for the criminal to do something bad to you was because they hate you because of your race, because of your ethnicity, because of your gender, your sexual orientation, your religion, your age, your disability. If that was the reason for it, it is exponentially worse. There is nothing worse than to be a victim of a hate crime. It is the worst thing that can happen, especially in our country with all our history and all that we're going through now to try to get around some of these issues. Hate crimes are the absolute worst. And I believe that you did damage to real hate crimes, to hate crime victims. There are people that are actual, genuine victims of hate crimes that you did damage to. These are people that have a difficult time coming forward. They may be mistrustful. They may not want to bring it to the attention of the community or first responders. There may be some trepidation. I don't know for sure how much damage there was. I don't know how this is going to impact other people, if they're going to be hesitant to come forward because they're going to think that they're going to be accused of acting like you and doing a stunt like you pulled here. I don't know if first responders are going to be more doubtful and skeptical of people that come forward, real victims of hate crime, because of what you did here. I'm hoping it's not that way. Now I'll show one of the ironies in this case, and I find this pretty profound. I got letters from people that advocate about victims of hate crime their entire lives. They devote their lives to this. I'm talking in particular Derek Johnson, president of the NAACP, Reverend Jesse Jackson. He's an icon here in Chicago. No introductions necessary. They devote their whole lives to addressing issues about social injustice and hate crimes. And they are here today asking me to show you mercy. And I take that seriously. I find it profound. I take it seriously. And I know that they're in a better position than myself to educate the public about that topic, about the damage you've done to real victims of hate crime. And I am confident that because of all the attention that you've garnered here on this case, that they are going to seize the opportunity and they will educate the public and they'll be talking about this and they'll try to mitigate some of the damage that you've caused to real victims of hate crimes, and they're better positioned to do it than I am, and I will defer. But I will acknowledge that you have done some real damage. I want to talk about your premeditation. Again, I've been a criminal judge for many years, and I know that people end up where you are right now, awaiting sentencing on their criminal trial. And how did they get to court? How did that happen? There's some people that wake up in the morning, they have no intention of doing anything wrong. They're not looking to do anything criminal. That's the last thing on their mind. But there are crimes of impulse that happen. Road rage, a barroom fight, bumping into somebody, words are exchanged that somebody finds insulting, and sometimes weapons are available, and the results can be horrific, and they can be permanent. And people are sitting here and they're wondering themselves, how did I get here? I wasn't looking for trouble, but trouble just seemed to find them, and crimes and impulse. And when I'm saying that I have to put the person and the crime together and try to mix them and understand who it is that committed this crime within the sentencing range, and that's part of my job to do, I consider how the person got here. So, but this is not a crime of impulse. There are also crimes of opportunity. Walking down the street and somebody they left the keys in the car with the motor running, and they take the car. Or they're in the department store and they see someone put the credit card on this side and they go to adjust their baggage on the other side and grab the credit card. Those are crimes of opportunity. They didn't wake up thinking they're going to commit a crime, but something just looked too tempting to them. They use very bad judgment, and then they get in trouble, they get caught, and here they are. But then there are crimes of premeditation. Mr. Smollett, that's what you are all about here. Crime of premeditation. You did wake up in the morning thinking you were going to do something bad and something wrong. And I know more today about this than I ever did before, that there are some wonderful things about you. And I know how people, they cherish you, and they cherish your relationships, and they cherish the good works that you've done. And they love you sincerely and deeply. And they're not faking, they're not lying when they talk to me about their feelings about you and the good things that you've done. But you had that dark side. And this is what happened here. You premeditated this case to an extreme that's amazing. You wrote a script. The script involved words. You're going to encounter me on the street, yell out empire, N-word, F-word. You're going to hit me. You're going to beat me up. You're going to put bleach on me. You're going to put a noose around my neck. That's a script that you wrote. Now, it's not a good script, especially for Streeterville in Chicago. It's questionable, but it's a script that you wrote. You picked out the actors. You chose the Oceandero brothers. And why did you do that? Because you knew them. You trusted them. They idolized you. You're an established actor in a serious television production of Empire. They were kind of hangers on there. They're trying to get jobs as extras, maybe a little speaking part here and there, but you were mentoring them. You were helping them. They wanted your advice. They would do anything for you. They thought you were one of the greatest people in the world to know, and that you could help them in their careers. They're in great shape. They gave you a little advice about diet and exercise, but they idolized you, and they would have done anything for you. And you chose them because you knew that you could trust them, that they were loyal to you. You paid them in advance by check. Not necessarily a good idea, but it was your idea. It was part of the plan that you would pay them in advance, and the check was out there. The check was shown into evidence. That was part of your premeditation. You chose a date. You chose a time. You chose a location. You had props procured. You gave them a $100 bill and had them get the supplies. What are the supplies in this case? Get masks. Nobody should see you. We're going to say that you're white, but obviously the Oceandero brothers are not white. We're going to cover your faces in masks. We're going to have a red hat because that's going to indicate MAGA country. We're going to get a rope that we're going to use as a noose. We're going to procure some bleach. You're going to have the supplies. And then you had all that together, and then you did rehearsals. You picked them up and you did drive-bys. You drove around and around the block. You picked them up in Lakeview in their neighborhood, and some distance away you went to Streeterville where you were living, and you showed them. You're going here, you're going there, and you're going over the lines. You're going over the script with them so they would memorize the script. You're indicating which brother. You're the one that's going to hit me. You're the one that's going to put the noose around my neck and pour the bleach on me. This was planned. This was premeditated to the extreme. And I find that your extreme premeditation in this case is an aggravating factor today. Let's talk about the incident itself. It's all set up. The Oceandero brothers are on board. Your plane is running late. Now, you had a chance right then and there to think, okay, I'm really late, I'm 4 hours late, this can't go down, it's freezing in Chicago, we're on the verge of a polar vortex. You might have just thought about it and said, you know, maybe it's not in the cards, maybe the karma is wrong, I shouldn't be doing this. But no. You double down. You start communicating with the brothers through social media. Now, whether it was by texts or chats or Instagram, public or private, one way or another, you kept in touch with them. And there was some quibbling about the specifics about how you kept in touch with them, but they knew what time you were coming in, and now the time is pushed back to 2 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold weather. It's double digits below zero at 2 o'clock in the morning. You have to have a reason to be out on the street. And the reason you chose is you come up with the story that you needed to get some eggs at Walgreens at 2 o'clock in the morning. If not that, you're going to go to Subway and get a sandwich and a salad and get something to eat at 2 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold. You did one more thing. You got the Oceandero brothers. Now they're on board with you. You're using them as your patsies. You have your friend, you get your friend Brandon on the phone, and here's a man, a professional man that's trying to help you in your career. And you're not sure what town he's in, if he's in Australia or not, but you get him on the phone, and he's going to be your patsy also, because he's going to listen and be around on the phone to hear that you're being attacked by somebody. Now, he doesn't know what's going on, that it's really not an attack, but he's going to be able to corroborate your story. So you're getting that together. You got Brandon on the phone, you're out on the street, ostensibly to get some Subway, you get some Subway. And you're walking to where this is supposed to take place. Now, the Oceandero brothers, they're getting ready too. And they're doing this because you wanted them to do it on the sneak. No cell phones involved. Make sure nobody sees you get there. And what they think is some kind of clever way of getting there, they have an Uber pick them up from their home in Lakeview. They take the Uber to Old Town. It's a different neighborhood. They get out of the Uber and they get into a cab. Now, the cab is supposed to go to Streeterville, but not to the scene where this is supposed to happen, a few blocks away. So nobody actually sees them get out of the cab, and this works out the way you want it to work out. So they get there a little early, they're walking around, they're sitting on a bench for a minute, but at 2 o'clock, the time that you said this is supposed to happen, at the place you said it was supposed to happen, at the moment you said it was supposed to happen, they appear. So you're talking to Brandon on the phone, you have your Subway in hand, and they follow the script. Hey, Empire, word with the letter N, word with the letter F. There's a scuffle. They pour bleach on you. Brandon's listening to this. They attempt to put a noose around your neck during the scuffling. You're getting a little abrasion and scrape on your face. A car goes by, and the brothers take off. They leave. They never did get the noose around your neck. So what do? You gather your belongings. You get the cell phone. You're talking to Brandon. Hey, did you get jumped? Yeah, I got jumped. I got mugged. Did you hear what happened? You're trying to make sure that he heard the words that were spoken. You grab your food, and you took the noose that they never did get around your neck, and you put it around your own neck. I repeat, you put the noose around your own neck. You go home. Video footage shows that when you walk into your residence, you have this noose dangling loosely around your neck. You go into your apartment, the police are called, the police arrive. The first officer on the scene is Chicago Police Officer Mohammed Beg, in full uniform, the first responder of the first responders. His body cam is on. He sees you. And now he sees that that noose is around your neck, but it's not the way that you walked into the house. Now the noose is up at your throat. You've maneuvered the noose, and you've made it look worse than it was. This is part of your plan. Officer Beg asks a simple question: what happened? And then you start to lie. And you haven't stopped lying ever since. You've been lying and lying and lying about this case, and that's why you're here today. You want to fake an incident on the street, try to get some attention at work, try to have somebody else feel sorry for you. That would never have got you here. The problem was you lied to the police, and you caused all kinds of consternation. You caused a major investigation to take place, which got many people involved and caused great stress throughout the city and throughout the entire community here, and that's the problem. That's why you're here now. Those were the crimes you're convicted of. Not the shenanigans out there, but the lying about it, making it up, and that's why we're here now. You repeated your lies at the hospital. 6 counts were put together. The jury found you guilty of 5 of them. One was a little bit different than the others, and I understand that. Let me say, from my vantage point, and I was obviously here at every stage of this trial, I thought the jury's verdict was accurate, correct, wholly corroborated, but what could only be described as overwhelming evidence of guilt against you for lying. That's the crime you're here for, lying to the police. Well, Officer Bay took this very seriously. He said, that's a horrible thing that happened. And he started the process of police investigation. Detectives got involved. You ended up at the hospital. All things were starting to happen, and this word got out. And you're not just any person. You have a little bit of celebrity about you. You were known in some circles as a very competent actor, a really good actor in a very serious television production called Empire, and people knew about this. And because you're a celebrity, and because you've been so active in all these social justice causes, and this is what is so unbelievable about this case, that you of all people are here convicted of hoaxing hate crimes. You who know better, who were out there in the world trying to be something for the good in social justice causes, that you ended up here right now like this. It's crazy, but you know people in high places, elected public officials. They reacted. You knew mainstream journalists. They reacted. You became the first page, your front page news. You're talked about in the halls of Congress. People are talking about making laws to prevent what happened to you to happen to anybody else. People on mainstream media are decrying what happened. What kind of country is this? How could they do this to Jussie? We know Jussie. He's such a gentle guy. He's the guy that was described to me by all the family and friends that I heard from today. And I believe that Jussie exists. But you use them as your patsies too. They were giving you the national pity party you wanted. They're putting you on the front page. All the attention is on you. People talk about social injustice. Your name was coming up first, which is exactly what you wanted. But you used them. If anything, people in those positions, elected public officials, mainstream journalists, their credibility is everything to them. And you didn't care that you might be damaging it. You did damage to them because, again, there's a side of you that has this arrogance and selfishness and narcissism that's just disgraceful. And your plan worked, of course, until it didn't. We're in Chicago. You lived here for 5 years, working on the Empire show. And you have to know, as well as anybody that lives in Chicago, that Chicagoans, they love their city. They're fiercely loyal to the city, and believe me, Chicagoans know we don't all agree with each other on a lot. There are all kinds of disagreements on what our city should be, what the vision should be for the future. There's even disagreements about what our past was like. But despite all the disagreements and all the things that are not right with Chicago, it's sweet home to Chicago, to the Chicagoans. Chicagoans are fiercely loyal to their city. But Chicagoans have one thing in common that they agree on, that there's no misunderstandings, everybody's on the same page. And that page is crime is a problem. It is a major problem. Nobody disagrees. And we know that police resources, they are valuable. They're limited. Detective resources are precious, and they cannot be squandered. And what you did, because you were selfishly, arrogantly, and narcissistically bringing attention to yourself, it's the only reason you could have been doing such a crazy thing that you did, was you took away a lot of resources from other places, from other real victims of real crimes. You used up the police resources for your own benefit, and that's a big problem here. What you did is you created what we call around here a heater. What's a heater? A heater is a case that when it's reported to the public conscience is shocked to such an extreme that the public is demanding that the police solve this crime here, right now, right here, right now. Everything else has to take second place. The heater has to be addressed. And you created a heater. And boy, did they put on an investigation. And I know that I've been listening to Chicago police officers and listening about police investigations for many years. And it's certainly not a perfect police department. It's perhaps unfairly maligned in some respects as well. I'll match the homicide detectives here against any in the country for their competence and thoroughness. Not a question about that. But what they did in this case is extraordinary. I have never seen, even in some murder cases, the amount of police work that went into this investigation. You did exactly what you didn't want to happen. They put so many police resources into this. When I say what you didn't want to happen is you never wanted this case solved. You thought that somehow you'd be able to escape by and nobody would ever know what really happened here, and you're going to walk away from this, and it didn't go down like that at all, of course. So they solved the case. And what happened? Turns out that you're not a victim of a hate crime. You're not a victim of a racial hate crime. You're not a victim of a homophobic hate crime. You're just a charlatan pretending to be a victim of a hate crime. And that's shameful, especially from the family you got brought up with your family values. It's so sad. The damage you've done to yourself is way beyond anything else that can happen to you from me or any other judge that would be sentencing you in this criminal case. You are now a permanently convicted felon. Your family who loves you and supports you, I don't even want to use the word forgive, because forgive isn't even necessary. They're with you so much, they're so tight-knit, but you have to live with the fact that you really put them through a ringer. You've embarrassed your valuable friends in high places, the elected public officials, people in the media. You've embarrassed them. You have to live with that. I don't know if those relationships can be repaired. You've become toxic in your own workplace. Your career future is uncertain at very best. It was really on a rocket ship to success, and now you've turned yourself into riches to rags, and it's so unfortunate. Your very name has become an adverb for lying, and I cannot imagine what could be worse than that. People talk about situations where somebody's lying and trying to manipulate and maneuver a story, and your name comes up as, oh, pulling a Jussie, something like that. That's awful. You're the butt of jokes. Comedians, mainstream talk show hosts, they make jokes about you. They do sketches about you. I can't imagine anything worse than that. Now, this is all self-inflicted. These are things you did to yourself. This is self-damage. Well, some people may think that what you did is funny, and that there's some room for humor or jokes about it. But I assure you, this court does not. I don't think there is anything funny at all about hoaxing and faking racial hate crimes, hoaxing or faking homophobic hate crimes. I think that is disgraceful. There is nothing funny about it. There's no humor in what you did whatsoever. All because you're selfish, arrogant, narcissistic. At least you have that side in you that came out through this case, and you kept doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. It's not funny. It's not funny at all. And I'm your sentencing judge, and I don't find it funny. So where are we at? We're at the end. You are convicted of a Class 4 felony. It's presumptively probationable, but we have some real serious aggravating factors here. Your premeditation, which I've described. The pain you've caused to real victims of hate crimes, which I have described. The damage you've done to the city of Chicago, I've heard. It's been talked about. I'm mindful of the city's request for restitution, and if I'm going to fashion that, consider that request, I have to fashion the sentence accordingly. And above all, the capper of all cappers, your performance on the witness stand. This could only be described as pure perjury. You got on the witness stand, you didn't have to, you did, you certainly have a right to, but you committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury. And I find all those to be ample factors. If this court were to decide that the things you did, that any kind of probationary sentence would deprecate the seriousness of the offense and you need to go to the penitentiary, the record is clear and it would support it. But I'm looking at everything in its totality. And I agree. It's told to me today, you can't judge everybody by one bad thing they've done in their life. I don't know if it's the only bad thing, but it's the only bad thing that I'm concerned about now. And that you do have quite a record of real community service and quite a record of attaching with people. There is a lot of mitigation in this case as well. And I'm mindful of the pleas of mercy, particularly from people that are in the arena of dealing with social justice issues, that are fighting, seriously fighting, not playing around, not doing games like you were doing, but seriously fighting for matters involving hate crimes of all sorts. And they're asking you for mercy as well. So I'm trying to consider who you are as a person, how you got here, how somehow you strayed away from your family values, you let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case. I'm fashioning the following sentence, and here's your sentence. I'm sentencing you to 30 months felony probation, and the probation is going to be to this court. You're going to be allowed to travel wherever you want. You do not have to live in the state of Illinois. You can report by phone. I know that if you're going to try to make a living and do some of the things you do, you may have to go to other places, New York and Los Angeles. You can do those things. You will pay restitution to the city of Chicago in the amount of $120,106. You are fined $25,000, which is the maximum fine. And you will spend the first 150 days of your sentence in the Cook County Jail. And that will start today, right here, right now. Mr. Smollett, though the jury found you guilty and I've sentenced you as I have, you have the right to appeal the findings and rulings of the court or ask your sentence to be modified. To do those things, you need to file a notice of appeal in writing within 30 days. You may also file a motion to modify your sentence, which would have to be filed in writing within 30 days. Anything not stated in those filings are waived for purposes of appeal. You cannot afford lawyers or transcripts. They would be provided free of charge. Do you have any questions?
No, I would just like to say to Your Honor that I am not suicidal. That's what I would like to say.
Okay.
I am not suicidal.
Okay.
I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that. I respect you, Your Honor. I respect your decision. Jail time, I am not suicidal.
Okay. Mr. Uche, let me inquire, are there any post-sentencing motions you care to present right now?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Ms. Widow.
The defense would wish to present a motion to reconsider sentence and file it in standard.
Right, it is timely filed.
Thank you, Judge.
And let me say, I've obviously considered the sentence at great length. And it's timely filed, so it's preserved for purposes of appeal. Motion to reconsider sentence is respectfully denied. And is there another, one second, Randy. Anything else? Just a second. Is there going to be a notice of appeal filed?
Yes, Judge. We're filing a notice of appeal. We're going to be emailing it to the clerk right now, to the office.
You doing it in Stanter? And are you going to be handling the appeal?
Judge, as of now, yes.
Well, you have to commit to handling the appeal through the appellate court. Okay. All right. Notice of appeal may be filed. Charlotte, now I need the prosecutors to work with Charlotte, the probation officer, to work out probation specifications with the conditions I just explained. 150 days in the county jail, the restitution, the fines. Oh, and also statutory DNA and costs are ordered as well. That's statutory. So you have to fill out the probation specifications. And I'm going to get somebody to help you do that, but we need to get that done in Stanter. Anything else today? Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, in light of the notice of appeal, we would ask that you suspend the jail sentence in light of the in-Stanter filing of the notice of appeal.
Did I do what?
Suspend the jail sentence in light of the notice of filing of appeal.
That will be respectfully denied.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mark. Mr. Lewis.
If it can be stayed in light of our notice of appeal.
No, I'm not staying. No. The wheels of justice turn slowly, and sometimes the hammer of justice has to fall, and it's falling right here, right now. I'm not staying this. This happens right here, right now. Okay. Charlotte?
Judge, I know you sentenced him to that Mr. Smollett.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about it. I'll give you those details. Okay. All right. Any other matters to come before the court today? All right. Defendants remanded to the custody of sheriff. Court is adjourned.
I am not suicidal.
Stop laughing about black.
I am not suicidal, and I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Stop locking up our black men.
We know about it.
Stop locking up our black men.
Hello. Great to see you all. Thank you. Thank you. Please, sit down. Thank you so much. Jamie just gave my speech, so thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, for that introduction and for all you've done for the party. And thank all of the leaders of the DNC and the staff. Look, to all of you today, there are so many friends here tonight. And if I mention everyone by name, we'd be here all night. But let me start by saying thank you. Thank you, and excuse me, as we used to say in the Senate, a point of personal privilege. I want to say thank you to the Delaware delegation. They bring me together. Stand up. The Delaware folks, stand up. Betsy Marin, chair of the party. Colby Owens, vice chair. Sean Finnegan, staff of the House of Representatives, and my good friend of Bo's, Sarah McBride, who used to work for Bo, and Molly McGarrick as well. And a great friend, Brian McGlinchey, who's basically family. And Bonnie Wu, a director of Tom Carper's office. Most importantly, she helped my son Bo get elected Attorney General, so she's a place in the heart of everybody. Look, coming out of the State of the Union, we are the strongest position we've been in months. We have a record to be proud of, an agenda that addresses the biggest concerns here in American people's lives, the message that resonates. And now what we have to do is we have to sell it with confidence, clarity, conviction, and repetition. Folks, on Ukraine, Putin was counting on a divided NATO, a divided West, and quite frankly, a divided America. But he got none of that. In fact, he's now facing a more united, energized, resolute NATO in the West than he ever imagined. And he's failed to divide Democrats and Republicans, but we need to be honest with the American people. The battle for freedom has its cost here at home as well. People are already feeling Putin's price hikes at the pump. I think the American people know how important this fight is. I think they know that as painful as the price is today, the costs are going to be higher if we do not act now to deal with this tyrant. So let me be clear on the facts. We are increasing oil production with a record productivity. By the end of the year, we will have produced more oil than any time in the last number of years. Look, I just want to run, the Republicans are playing a game here. They're talking about the Democrats haven't raised prices. They all voted for the same thing. The CEOs of major oil companies have said they'll increase investment and production. They have the capacity to do it. They have over 4,000 opportunities. They say there's nothing the U.S. government needs to do to incentivize them. My message is, it's time, in this time of war, it's not a time of profit. It's time for reinvesting in America. And they hear it. You know, there's an impediment to production in the United States, and it's called the bankers on Wall Street. And this crisis is another indication of why we need to get off dependency on fossil fuels. This is not a solution to today's crisis. It's about the future. That's why we need to build a better America. Let's talk about our record. The American Rescue Plan. People were hurting. We had to act, and we did. We did it as Democrats without a single solitary Republican vote. And the one-year anniversary of the passage of that act is tomorrow. We should be proud of it. We did so much, people don't even know we did it. Without exaggeration, few pieces of legislation in our history have done more to lift a country out of crisis. When I took office, only 2 million Americans had been fully vaccinated. Today, we vaccinated a nation more than 250 million people fully vaccinated. And you all remember the lines of cars that lined up for miles, waiting for someone to put a box of food in their trunk. Because of this law we passed, 41 million Americans put food on the table today. Because of this law, we helped keep a roof over the heads of 4 million people who are being evicted. We gave families what my father called a little bit of breathing room, and it worked. 20 million people were out of work just months before I took office. Job growth was anemic, 60,000 jobs a month leading up to January 2021. But because we took action, we created 6.5 million jobs just last year, more jobs than ever created in 1 year in the United States of America. More jobs. And people got pay increases. And it hasn't stopped. We're now well over 7 million new jobs. 678,000 jobs last month. Unemployment down to 3.8%. And the economy grew last year at 5.7%, the best economic growth in 4 decades. Leading financial firm of Moody's on Wall Street estimates that our record plan created 4 million more jobs, and unemployment is 2% lower because of what we did. And here's one thing that I'm proudest of. Our recovery has lifted everyone. Black unemployment at all-time lows, Hispanic unemployment, youth unemployment, long-term unemployment, all have fallen by historic amounts. We have more to do, but they've fallen by historic amounts. Poverty for all children, including black children, Hispanic children, are at the lowest levels ever recorded in our first year, ever recorded. And that just didn't happen. It was a direct result of how we designed the American Rescue Plan. It was very different from how previous administrations designed their $2 trillion tax cut. Pretty much all that $2 trillion went to the top 1%. And we took the exact opposite approach with the American Rescue Plan. We decided we were going to build America from the bottom up and the middle out. Because when the middle does well, everybody does well. Everybody does well. And our plan didn't leave a single working person behind, no one behind. Let's be clear. When America's recovery was flat on its back and the economy was flat on its back, it was the Democrats, without a single Republican vote, that brought us back. Let's talk about infrastructure. We passed the biggest investment in physical infrastructure in the history of the United States of America. Now, in this case, we got some Republican help. We got 12 Republicans in the House and a couple handfuls in the Senate. But I notice every new bridge or highway, you have a Republican who voted against the infrastructure standing there taking credit. As my mother would say, God love them. God love them. We got it done, though, and we did get some Republican help, and I'm thankful for it. Folks, the fact is that this bill, this infrastructure bill, is going to transform America. It's not hyperbole. We used to have the best infrastructure in the world. Now we rank number 8 in the world. China's number 2 in the world. We're already starting to make great progress. Just this year, we've announced 4,000 projects across the country with 1,500 bridges in disrepair. I was just talking to a good friend, county executive out in Pittsburgh. When I went out there to talk to the folks out there, it was the day that bridge collapsed. Just flat collapsed. Thank God it was 2 hours earlier, because there would have been school buses on there. No one was killed, but it was a drop of well over 100 feet. We have hundreds of those bridges all across America that are ready to collapse. Look, we need to be clear with folks about why this is happening. This bill is going to create millions of jobs. That's not hyperbole, that's literal. Rebuilding America's roads, bridges, highways, ports, airports. It's going to do something else. It's going to start to get rid of the poisonous lead pipes that our kids and our families have been drinking from their lead pipes coming through the water, coming through their... It affects over 10 million homes and 450,000 schools. And there's overwhelming evidence of the impact of lead on the brain of a developing child. We're going to invest $65 billion to deliver affordable high-speed internet everywhere in America, urban, suburban, and rural, and tribal communities. See that little tyke up there clapping? God love her. I want to meet, is it a boy or a girl? I can't see from here. Well, I want to see you. I want to see you before I leave, okay? Look. Because, folks, you know, it's not hyperbole. That's why we're doing this, folks. You know, we can't be a country where a mother has to take her child to the McDonald's parking lot to get access to the internet to be able to do their homework. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. This law is going to put an end to that. So much more. And we're going to bring back something we thought, many people thought we had lost. The ability to manufacture products stamped made in America. Look, just a few years ago, the companies building in America, factories in America, would have built them overseas. Now, we're building them here in America. That's not only great for manufacturing, it's great for cost. 1/3 of all the inflation in America last year was a consequence of automobiles not having access to computer chips to be able to build their automobiles. We're going to make them again in America. Now, here's one way to help families reduce their monthly costs as well, by the way. At a time when food and gas prices are rising, if you can lower other major costs for families, you can help their standard of living. Let's give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drugs. It costs $10 for a pharmaceutical company to make insulin for those suffering from a serious, serious problem if they don't get the insulin, type 1 diabetes. Look, folks, and you know what we're going to do? You know how much people pay now? Some of you do know because you struggle with it. They pay an average of $647 a month, as high as $1,000 a month. Folks, it costs them $10 to make it. Talk about stripping, not only worrying about the health of your child, 200,000 of them, but what else is happening? You strip a mother or father of their dignity, their sense of responsibility if they can't do it. Imagine if you have a child. You don't have the insurance. You don't have the cash. What in God's name do you do? So, we're going to cap the cost of insulin at $35, period. And by the way, they'll still make a healthy profit. You want to further help working class and middle class families that are dealing with cost of gas and food that's gone up? Well, let's cap the cost of child care at 7% of a family's income. We can afford to do this. Folks, in major cities, it's $14,000 a year per child. As the Delawareans can tell you, I got credit for 36 years for commuting every single solitary day from Washington to Wilmington, Delaware, over a 300-mile round trip. But guess what, folks? I did it because when my wife and daughter were killed, I had 2 beautiful young boys. I could not afford child care. Not a joke. Not a joke, thank God. I had a mom, a sister, and a brother who busted their neck to help me. How do families do it? And by the way, 2 million women out of work. They'll be able to go back to work. They'll be able to go back to work. And folks, look, for families, it's going to cut the cost of child care in half. As I said, you know, you're not going to pay more than for one child, paying $14,000 a year some places. Most places, $7,000. Look, we can lower the cost of energy with tax credits, an average of $500 a year, by giving tax credits to families to weatherize their homes so they use less energy. Folks, this is not rocket science. Even some of the CEOs of the biggest utility companies came to see me, 9 of them, saying that if we continue the prospect that we get tax credits, we promise you we will lower the cost of energy. These are public utilities. They're going to pay for it by raising tax. And by the way, all these programs and others I'm not going to mention in the interest of time, they're going to be able to be done without raising the taxes 1 single penny on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. Not a penny. Because they're going to raise taxes on the wealthiest among us and corporations. Look, I come from the state of Delaware. More corporations are incorporated there than all the rest of the United States of America combined. And I got elected 7 times as senator. I'm not anti-corporation or anti-people being able to go make a lot of money, but everybody should pay a fair share. Everybody. And our agenda is not only supported by the public, it's enthusiastically supported. 17 Nobel laureates in economics wrote me a letter unsolicited saying that if we pass what I'm talking about, it would actually reduce inflationary pressures. I'm going to make 2 things clear. Again, first, no one making less than $400,000 will pay a single solitary additional penny in taxes. And those earning less than that, as I said, are going to find themselves in good shape. But I'm a capitalist. I'm not looking to punish anybody. But it's time the corporations and the very wealthy just begin to pay just their fair share. Last year, 55 corporations in the Fortune 500 earned $40 billion and didn't pay a single penny in income tax. Not a penny. It's not only wrong, it's not fair. That's why I propose a 15% minimum tax rate for corporations. We're going to get it done. And as President of the United States, when I showed up at the so-called G7, where all the major countries in the world are part of, I started to push for a minimum tax, a global minimum tax rate on companies. They can't get out of paying their taxes at home by going to jurisdictions that require very low taxes for profit made by corporations in their country. So what happens? Not only do we lose jobs and they go overseas, they pay no tax at home, even though they're here in the state of Delaware, the state of Maryland, the state of California. And they're just shipping these jobs overseas. Well, guess what? We agreed, 170-some countries agreed that we should all pay they should all pay a minimum tax of 15%. And guess what? That's going to bring in billions of dollars in taxation here at home again. That's why I propose closing the loopholes for the very wealthy who pay lower tax rates than a teacher or a firefighter. Look, the bottom line, this whole plan is paid for. Secondly, I want to point out for those folks who attack us for being fiscally irresponsible, let them know this. Last year, I cut the budget $360 billion while we did these other things. $360 billion. And no, I'm the only president who's on track to cut the deficit by more than $1 trillion in 1 year. $1 trillion. And folks, our agenda includes a bipartisan unity agenda as well for around 4 big items. 1, opioid addiction, taking the lives of literally thousands of Americans. We're doing very little about it, especially our children, and fentanyl being laced with them. Second thing we can all agree on is dealing with mental health, especially for our kids. There's a serious, serious problem in America today. And the third thing on a unity agenda we can all do with veterans, especially those who are exposed to toxic burn pits and not getting the needs they met. And fourthly, the only truly bipartisan thing I know that I've been involved in of late is ending cancer as we know it. We can do this. We have the possibility of doing this. But folks, these are all within our reach. Let me finish with this. Unfortunately, I could go on for a long time because I feel so good about what we're doing. Look, I believe we have a record to be incredibly proud of. An agenda the public strongly supports if you look at the polling data. A message that resonates. Build a better America. Now we've got to do the work. And I've seen what you can do. I saw it in 2020. Nothing was going to stop you then. We can't let anything stop us now. We need to bring some real determination, the same work ethic, the same enthusiasm. And if we do that, we're going to keep the House and keep the Senate and add seats. And by the way, if we don't do that, it's going to be a sad, sad 2 years. Think about Republicans if they'd controlled the Congress these last 2 years. Ask your Republican friends, I mean this sincerely, name me something the National Republican Party is for. Not a joke. What are they for? Now, 2 people in the party laid out what they think it's for. They think we should raise the cost of Medicare. They think we should cut. But what are they for? Folks, we'll strengthen our position with governorships and up and down the ticket. And more importantly, we're going to change this country. We're going to improve the lives of millions of Americans. We'll meet the great challenge of our time: voting rights, climate crisis, gun violence, criminal justice, immigration, and so much more. It's literally within our power to do this. And we can make sure that this nation is going to continue to be what it's always been. I've said it before. I was in China with Xi Jinping, and he turned to me with we had an interpreter, and he said, "Can you define America for me?" And it's God's true story. And I said, yes, I can, in one word, possibilities. We can do anything when we decide to do it together. When we do it at the United States of America, there's nothing beyond our capacity. So let's get it done. Let's remind people what we've done and keep it going. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Okay, a couple elements at the top, and then we'll take your questions. The Russian government's unprovoked, unjustified, and brutal invasion of Ukraine continues to dominate the attention of the world. It was in this context that Secretary Blinken traveled to Europe, where he worked in service over the past few days of two primary objectives. First, to ensure that we continue to do everything we possibly can to support Ukraine, its people, and its territorial integrity in every way we can. He stood with his Ukrainian counterpart on Ukrainian soil and reaffirmed that support. And we spoke to our humanitarian assistance for Ukrainians in Ukraine and for the more than 2 million Ukrainians who have been forced to flee their homes because of this Kremlin aggression. Second, to ensure that we are sending a clear signal to Moscow that it will continue to pay a steep price and that our commitment to the defense of our allies is ironclad. It is clear that the transatlantic partnership is united in strengthening our security assistance to Ukraine, united in increasing our assistance to the people of Ukraine, and united in our efforts to impose costs on the Kremlin for waging this ongoing war of choice. Putin's military plan to quickly capture Ukraine, it is clear now, has failed. So he's now turning to a strategy of laying waste to population centers to try to break the will of the people of Ukraine, something he will not be able to do. Just yesterday, we saw reports of Russian airstrikes hitting a maternity hospital in Mariupol. We've all seen the abhorrent images from that strike, and the fact that we would even need to put the terms maternity hospital and Russian strike in the same sentence speaks to the level of brutality that the Kremlin is inflicting on the people of Ukraine. Civilian deaths are multiplying, as is the destruction of civilian infrastructure. Russian forces now encircle multiple Ukrainian cities after having destroyed much of their critical infrastructure, leaving people without water, without electricity, without access to food and medicine. Putin's relentless bombardment, including of civilians trying to flee for their lives, prevents people from safely escaping the inhumane conditions that the Kremlin has created. We continue to call on the Russian government to allow civilians to safely depart the cities and towns of Ukraine that are besieged by Russian forces. Russia's brutality will make effective long-term control of Ukraine impossible. The Ukrainian people have made clear that they won't stand for it. Putin can take a town, he can capture a city, but it is already clear that he will fail in his effort to take the country of Ukraine and its people. We will continue to back the people of Ukraine in their fight for their country through security, economic, and humanitarian assistance, and by uniting the international community to hold Putin accountable through devastating sanctions, diplomatic isolation, and other measures. As Vice President Harris noted today, the United States Congress has committed $13.6 billion in humanitarian aid and security assistance to support Ukraine and its people. We've imposed massive consequences on Putin and his cronies for their aggression. The severity of these unprecedented measures is already having a dramatic impact. The ruble has gone through the floor. It is close to worthless, literally worth less than a penny. Russia's credit rating is at junk status. Its stock market remains closed, and we've seen more than 300 companies halt or exit their operations in the Russian market. Putin could choose to cut his losses, extricate himself from this strategic morass by seeking to negotiate in good faith a diplomatic agreement with Ukraine. President Zelensky, for his part, has expressed interest in that, and we have told the Ukrainian government in no uncertain terms that we stand ready to support any diplomacy it wishes to pursue. But, as we've always said, we will not push them into concessions. Instead, the Kremlin continues to spread outright lies, such as the allegation that the United States and Ukraine are conducting chemical and biological weapons activities in Ukraine, and their baseless claim that bombing a maternity hospital is quote-unquote fake news. This is from a government that is now using many measures to hide the truth from its own people. The Kremlin viciously targets journalists and floods the internet and airwaves with disinformation, both around the world and at home in Russia. Many people in Russia have no idea what their government is doing right now in Ukraine. They may think they're liberating Ukraine, not destroying it. They don't know the extent to which their fellow countrymen, their husbands, their sons, their brothers are coming home in body bags, if the Russian government bothers to bring them home at all. The response to the Kremlin's war has been unity among world leaders in Europe and people gathering around the world to protest President Putin's war of choice, including thousands of people in Russia and Belarus coming out to protest peacefully. In the end, we know that Russia will be weaker, not stronger, for launching this war. And already, the international community, including NATO, is stronger and more purposeful than it has been in any recent history. Before we take your questions, one additional note at the top. Tomorrow, on Friday, March 11th, the State Department has the honor of hosting the 8th United States African Union Commission High-Level Dialogue. These regular meetings are important to advance cooperation between the United States and the African Union Commission and its member states on shared global and regional priorities. The high-level dialogue brings together U.S. government and African Union Commission stakeholders to advance our shared global priorities of democracy, climate and energy, and global health security, as well as U.S.-Africa collaboration on trade and investment, peace and security, and governance as well. The United States has shown a long-standing commitment to enhancing global health security via our partnership with the African Union Commission and the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. We will underscore our expanding engagement by signing a memorandum of cooperation with the African CDC during this dialogue. We are pleased to welcome AUC Chairperson Moussa Faki, accompanying commissioners, and the entire delegation. The United States has an unwavering and long-standing commitment to Africa. We are proud of our partnership with the Commission and the people and governments of Africa. We look forward to constructive engagement this week to further our common objectives and to the steady work ahead. With that, I am happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ted. There's a lot to go through. I'll be as brief as I can. This morning in Warsaw, the Vice President said, among other things, that she supported investigations into potential war crimes by the Russians in Ukraine. And then a little while ago, your ambassador to the United Nations actually came out and flatly said that the Russians had committed war crimes in Ukraine. So I'm curious, what is the administration? Presumably these weren't personal opinions being offered, but I don't know, so I want to make sure. Does the administration, one, believe that Russia has committed war crimes in Ukraine, and two, are you pushing for an investigation, a war crimes investigation, and if you are, by whom? Because we all know well the U.S., well, Russia's not a member of the ICJ, neither is Ukraine, and the United States certainly isn't either. So are you looking at an ad hoc kind of tribunal, or what's the situation, or is it just too early to?
We absolutely, Matt, are supportive of efforts to document and to investigate reports of potential war crimes in Ukraine. The fact is that we've seen very credible reports of deliberate attacks on civilians, which would, under the Geneva Conventions, constitute a war crime. In the elements at the top, I spoke to the strike at the maternity ward in Mariupol. We've seen strikes hitting schools, other hospitals, residential buildings, civilian buses, cars, ambulances have been shelled over the course of this brutal conflict. We've seen reports of civilian death toll in Ukraine numbering from the hundreds to the thousands. We are appalled by the brutal tactics that the Russian Federation, the Kremlin, has employed in prosecuting this war of choice. We've spoken to our support for efforts to document what may in the end amount to war crimes. The international, you named a couple of them. The ICJ is one such venue. We supported an effort at the UN to establish a commission of inquiry into this same area. The ICC itself has made an announcement that it will open an investigation into the situation, and we do welcome that. We do welcome Prosecutor Khan's announcement. In particular, the prosecutor's focus on preserving elements of alleged atrocity crimes and his commitment to full respect for the principle of complementarity. Here's the thing. We are not only going to document, we are not only going to support these appropriate international investigations, we're not only going to support the efforts of individual nation states, but working together with the international community, we are determined to hold responsible anyone who may have engaged in such human rights abuses, atrocities, even war crimes. We will do that, again, through any number of fora. Criminal prosecutions are one possibility, but to every political leader sitting in Moscow, to every Russian commander on the ground in Ukraine, to every Russian service member on the ground right now, our message has been clear. If you take part, order, or party to such crimes, such war crimes, such abuses, such atrocities, we will do everything we can to hold you accountable with every tool at our disposal.
Can I just ask you the broader question, especially as it relates to the ICC? You're welcoming this investigation by the ICC prosecutor. You haven't always welcomed investigations at the ICC that ICC prosecutors have gone into. In fact, in the previous administration, that an investigation into potential war crimes in Afghanistan was met with actual sanctions on ICC staff, and the U.S. has consistently warned the ICC not to take up cases involving Israel. So given that neither Ukraine nor Russia is a member of the ICC, and that for the ICC to take up a case involving non-member would require a UN Security Council vote, which is doomed since the Russians will veto it. Where exactly do you think that justice is going to come from here?
Well, Matt, not only is neither Russia nor Ukraine a state party to the Rome Statute, neither are we, as you know. And the concerns we have over the ICC is a certain of jurisdiction in certain circumstances, those remain. Those have not gone away. But at the same time,
so those concerns relate only when the U.S. is being. You have those concerns only if the U.S. is being investigated or Israel?
The United States, as we've spoken to, has the capability, has the wherewithal to conduct independent, thorough investigations. So our concerns over the ICC's assertion of jurisdiction in some areas, those do remain. But we recognize the meaningful role that the ICC can play in promoting accountability for atrocities. And we have supported and will continue to support the ICC's efforts in certain cases. Humara.
You talked, you and others in this administration have warned that you expect Russia to double down. There's going to be more civilian casualties. I just want to ask you, for example, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he's worried that Russia might use chemical weapons. Does the United States share that concern?
Well, we have spoken to this concern in recent hours, and those concerns are predicated on a couple elements. First, we know the history here. We know the track record of the Kremlin. This is a government that has used banned chemical weapons on its own people in the past. They've done so on Russian territory. They've done so on British soil. They have supported the brutal Assad regime, which itself has used banned chemical weapons on its people. So we know what this government will resort to, can resort to, has resorted to in the past. But the other element that gives us a good deal of concern is what we know about the Kremlin's tactics, especially its disinformation tactics. In recent weeks, we have seen, once again, indications of what a psychologist might call projection of the Russian government accusing others, in this case, whether it's Ukraine, the United States, others of baselessly planning to do what it itself may be planning to do.
Okay, but let me interrupt you there. Have you guys seen any intelligence, any indication, anything from the ground, from their military deployments to suggest that this fear is warranted?
Well, we do have this concern, and we have this concern for at least a couple of reasons, and I've spoken to two of them. Moscow's track record in this regard, and also the increasingly concerning rhetoric that may be construed as, once again, Moscow projecting onto others what it has intended to do all along. The fact is that as this crisis built up, as Moscow built up its forces, we have seen them engage in this type of rhetoric and this type of disinformation previously. We've seen the false flag operations. We've seen the pretextual provocations that Moscow put forward. So there are a number of elements that undergird our concern for this, and it's something we'll be watching very closely.
And can you give us a sense of the kind of scenarios the U.S. is looking at right now? Is NATO being sucked into war one of them, and how prepared are you for that?
Well, our overriding objective is to bring this conflict to a close, to save lives, to do all we can to bring this conflict to an end. As a complementary objective, we are doing everything we can to see to it that this conflict does not expand, that this conflict does not cost even more lives, that this brutal conflict that Russia is waging against Ukraine does not become a war between Russia and a much broader set of countries or a broader bloc. So we are supporting our Ukrainian partners. We are providing them with massive amounts of security assistance, precisely what it is they need to defend themselves. And I think we have seen in the fact that Putin's forces have been largely stalled in parts of the country is a testament to the effectiveness of the willpower of the Ukrainian people who are taking on these forces with security assistance that the United States, that our NATO allies, and others have provided to them.
You do realize that's not what I asked. Are you guys actively looking at a scenario where NATO is involved, is sucked into this?
Humara, we are always looking at contingencies, but in this case, we are doing everything we can to ensure that in the first instance, this conflict comes to a close as quickly as it can be achieved in order chiefly to save lives and to ensure to do everything we can to see to it that this conflict doesn't expand beyond what it already entails. Yes.
So you were mentioning you're looking at everything the Ukrainians need to fight, to resist. One of the things they are asking for and they say they need is aircrafts and jets. After the back and forth with Poland over the last few days, and since the secretary was in Poland just a few days ago, has the U.S. made a final determination that the risk-benefit of a NATO country sending aircraft, combat aircraft to Ukraine is not in favor of sending them? Are you ruling out that a NATO country should send combat aircraft to Ukraine, or are you still looking at other ways to do that and to transfer planes to them?
Francesca, we have been consistently responsive to Ukraine's security needs. That is reflected in the massive amount of security assistance we provided to our Ukrainian partners in the past year, more than $1 billion over the last year. More than $250 million has been delivered to our Ukrainian partners in the last several days alone. On top of that, we are grateful to the U.S. Congress, and you heard from the Vice President today. There's now a package that has passed the House of $13.6 billion, about half of which would be destined for security assistance for Ukraine. So as part of our desire to be responsive to Ukraine's requests, when our Ukrainian partners made a request for planes, we said we would absolutely look into it. You heard from the Department of Defense yesterday that the department has and vocalized two primary concerns. The first concern is that aircraft are not principally what our Ukrainian partners need at the moment. And that is the case for a couple reasons. When you look at the destruction that the Kremlin has wrought over parts of Ukraine, much of that is due to missiles. Much of that is due to rocket fire. Much of that is due to artillery. These are not weapons that airplanes are best suited to take on. We also know that the Ukrainian Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft. Russia's air presence is formidable, but their effectiveness has been limited due to Ukraine's strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based air defense systems. These are surface-to-air missiles. These are manpads. So what you heard from the Department of Defense yesterday is that we will continue to provide our Ukrainian partners with the surface-to-air systems that they need to take on the threat that they face from Russian missiles, from Russian rockets, from artillery. We've been doing that already. We're determining what more we might be able to do to effectively equip our Ukrainian partners to take this on. But there's a second consideration that you also heard the Department of Defense speak to yesterday, and this gets back to Humayra's question. The IC, the intelligence community, produced an assessment that the provision of planes in this manner, the fighter jets that you referred to, in this manner, could be viewed by Moscow as escalatory. It is incumbent upon us to do everything we can to bring this conflict to a close, to save as many lives as we can, and to do everything we can to see to it that this conflict does not expand, that this does not become a broader war between Russia and other countries or blocks of countries. So we will continue to provide our Ukrainian partners with the assistance they need. Individual countries are going to continue to make their sovereign decisions in terms of the assistance to provide. But what the Department of Defense did say yesterday is that the provision of Polish planes by way of a U.S. and NATO airbase, by way of the United States, is not something that we're in a position to do at this time. Andrea.
Two things. First, on the issue of war crimes, you said we have seen very credible reports of deliberate attacks on civilians, which would, under the Geneva Conventions, constitute war crimes. You referenced the attack on the maternity ward. Then you went on to say that, these need to be investigated. You support investigations. When you say we've seen very credible evidence that under the Geneva Conventions would constitute war crimes, what is the difference?
We've seen very credible.
You're making.
We've seen very credible reports. Part of the reason why we welcome the Prosecutor General of the ICC's announcement of the investigation into the situation in Ukraine is the focus on the preservation of evidence. And so we want to see evidence preserved. We are and will be in the process of marrying reports with evidence from the ground. And if we determine, if the international community determines that war crimes have been committed, that atrocities have been committed, that human rights abuses have been committed, we absolutely will hold the perpetrators accountable, whether they sit in Moscow or whether they're commanders on the ground in Ukraine.
Now, and I take what John Kirby, your colleague, said, and all of the reasons that you just outlined about the Pentagon's objections to the fighter planes, the way it was constituted, and why they're not necessary, and why the anti-aircraft defenses would require creating that airspace by attacking and taking out Russian anti-air force. But the very point that you just made about what the IC has concluded, that delivering the planes could be viewed by Russia as an escalatory measure and as an act of war. That question was put to President Zelensky by my colleagues at Sky News overnight. And he said, what could be worse? What could be worse than what is happening right now to Ukraine? Why are we so concerned about Russia had said that sanctions are an act of war. So just because Vladimir Putin declares something is an act of war is not necessarily, and certainly not according to President Zelensky, a reason not to do it. Now, I understand all of the military arguments against it, but I'm just saying from President Zelensky's viewpoint, this has become a cause. And so it's echoed by all the people we interview on the ground there. We want the fighter jets. How do you deal with that? What could be worse than what's happening to their country? Because by the time you get to some sort of negotiated compromise or Putin backing down, this country will be destroyed.
Look, we have the utmost respect and admiration for President Zelensky. The courage, the bravery, the determination, the grit that he has demonstrated. In many ways, he is the personification of the Ukrainian people, of people that have stood up to this Russian aggression in ways that are inspiring, not only inspiring, but effective. And if you heard this from Secretary Blinken, if any other world leader were in President Zelensky's shoes, I'm sure we would be hearing the same requests. It is incumbent upon us in the international community to continue to do everything we can to support our Ukrainian partners, to provide them with the defensive weaponry that they need to defend themselves. It is equally incumbent upon us to do everything we can, again, with our partners and our allies around the world, to bring this conflict to a close as quickly as we can. Now, clearly, we aren't going to be able to bring this conflict to a close as quickly as anyone would like. Certainly not as quickly as our Ukrainian partners would like, not as quickly as we would like, of course. But in our efforts to do so, we also have to be mindful of steps that might provoke, that might expand this conflict, that might make it even more deadlier, that might implicate even more countries and more populations. And so that's what we're doing. You raised President Putin's statement that sanctions, that other elements would be akin to an act of war. Of course, we take a close look at rhetoric. What matters to us are actions. And the judgment I mentioned from the intelligence community, I can assure you that that judgment is based on more than public rhetoric alone. So the intelligence community, using everything at its disposal, has reached a conclusion that Moscow could well see the provision of this type of asset as escalatory. Now, that is not dispositive in terms of what we would do, but that, coupled with what we've heard from our colleagues at the Pentagon, that there are other more effective systems, namely these surface-to-air systems, that would better safeguard, better protect our Ukrainian partners from rockets, from missiles, from artillery, from the very threats that they face. That is what has compelled us to this conclusion.
But the point is, and her point, I think, is that you guys don't really respect. I mean, they want both. They say that they need both the surface-to-air stuff and the planes. And the U.S. government is now in the position of having told Zelensky no when he was begging repeatedly for the Nord Stream 2 sanctions to be imposed before any kind of invasion, and the other sanctions not to be used as not to be used. as a deterrent threat, but to actually impose them before he did anything. You said he's asked for a no-fly zone. You said absolutely not, and now he's asking for jets, and you're saying no again. So you know better than him? Is that the?
What I'm saying, first of all, I don't quite understand your Nord Stream 2 analogy because within hours of the Russian invasion moving forward, Nord Stream 2 is off the table. Nord Stream 2 is a hunk of steel at the bottom of the sea.
But for months he wanted those sanctions that to be imposed.
And had we imposed sanctions on Nord Stream 2, had we disrupted that transatlantic unity that we worked over the course of months, really since day one of this administration, to achieve, had we imposed those sanctions on Nord Stream 2 ourselves unilaterally, I would bet a strong sum that Nord Stream 2 would not be taken off the table today.
And you may be right. We'll never know, but you may be right. But the point is that Zelensky has asked for all three of these things, and you've said no to all three of them, at least at the time that he made them. And you're still saying that you respect their opinion and their position. So it's just a little bit unusual. Would you still support any NATO country sending planes to Ukraine on their own?
Individual NATO allies, individual countries are going to make sovereign decisions on what is in the best interest, what they deem to be in the best interest.
Opposed to any country sending planes?
That would be a sovereign decision. What we are talking about was the arrangement by which planes would be transferred to, in this case, Ramstein Air Base, and they would pass through our possession and into.
So that's the only thing you're opposed to having anything to do with it.
As you've heard, the Department of Defense has concluded that there are other systems that we have provided and may be in a position to provide even more of that would be more effective for our Ukrainian partners in taking on the threats that they face. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. Glad to be back in this room. We've got a few questions about Georgia. A couple of recent facts first. President Zelensky called the Georgian government immoral opposition, I'm quoting them, regarding the Russian invasion, as well as Georgia's decision to block the charter flight scheduled to bring the volunteers from Georgia to Ukraine. And Zelensky recalled the Ukrainian ambassador from Georgia based on that. Also, Georgian Prime Minister Garibashvili said flat out that Georgia will not join any sanctions coming from the West, and he called those sanctions ineffective. Also, Georgian government finalized a deal with Moscow, and now Georgian dairy products will be exported to the Russian Federation. And lastly, Moscow published a list of countries a few days ago, unfriendly list, as they called it, and Georgia was excluded from that unfriendly list. You know, like bearing in mind that 20% of Georgian territory is still occupied by Russia, and my question would be, and also the 30 years of diplomatic relations between US and Georgia, my question, I guess, would be, what would be your reaction of the silence coming from the Georgian government, you know, in light of those facts that I just laid out? Thank you. I might have one follow-up on that. Thank you.
Well, I will say when it comes to Georgia that few countries understand to the same extent the potential implications and consequences of Russian aggression than a country like Georgia, a country that in 2008 was itself invaded by Russian forces. There are many Georgians who, of course, still harbor stark memories of that. And I can only imagine there are many Georgians who are standing in the government and private citizens who are standing in solidarity with their counterparts in Ukraine. More broadly, I think what we've seen over the course of the past several weeks has been a tremendous, in some ways unexpected, amount of unity within the international community. I think perhaps the best illustration of that is what happened in the UN General Assembly just last week, when 141 countries spanning the globe came together to condemn this unprovoked, premeditated, unjustified war against Ukraine, and to call for it to come to a close. 141 may just be a number, but this is a collection of countries that the UN system sees only rarely. In 2014, when Russia last aggressed against Ukraine, last invaded Ukraine, 100 countries signed on to the resolution in the UN General Assembly condemning that act. In 2016, when Russian forces were bombarding the Syrian town of Aleppo, 122 countries came and signed on to the condemnation of that action. The fact that 141 countries across the globe have spoken to this speaks to the fact that we are working and we are speaking with one voice. To the effectiveness of the sanctions, I think it is hard to argue with their effectiveness. And you can look at any number of metrics regarding the toll that they have taken on the Russian economy. I've spoken to the fact that the ruble is now virtually worthless, literally worth less than a penny. The flight of international companies from Moscow, the fact that the Russian central bank has doubled its interest rate, something that would be unsustainable over the longer term, the fact that inflation is rising as a result, the fact that the Russian stock market has remained closed for days now, presumably as a means to prevent capital flight. There are any number of additional metrics we could talk to in terms of the effectiveness of the sanctions. I think what can't be argued is that these measures lack teeth, that they lack strength. And I think you can see in terms of the Russian economy the strength that they carry. Yes?
And very, very lastly, the fact itself that Zelensky is recalling the ambassador from Tbilisi and the fact that the Prime Minister of Georgia is calling those sanctions ineffective, do you think that is a concerning signal coming from Georgia, the country that is still occupied by Russia?
We are calling on all countries to stand up for not only the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the independence of Ukraine, really what is at the center of this conflict, but to stand up for the broader principles that are at the heart of the rules-based order that have undergirded 70-some years of unprecedented levels of stability, of security, of prosperity the world over. The same principle that Russia violated in 2008 when Russian forces invaded Georgia is the same principle that Vladimir Putin is violating today. The idea that borders should be inviolable, that big states, big countries, big nations cannot bully small countries, small nations, the idea that might does not equate to right, all of these things are at stake. And so that's why, whether in Europe, whether in the Indo-Pacific, anywhere in between, we have called upon countries the world over to stand with Ukraine and to stand with these broader principles.
On diplomacy, you said that you will support any diplomatic pursuit by Ukraine. Does that include maybe their decision to swear off membership in NATO at any time ever? If they declare that, would you support that?
Saeed, this is really at the heart of this conflict, and it goes back to what I was just saying to your colleague. The principle that we have stood up for and that the international community has stood up for is that each and every country should have the right, the sovereign right, to determine its own chosen foreign policy, its own chosen path, with whom it associates, the alliances that it belongs to. So these are going to be sovereign decisions of the Ukrainian government and no one else.
You will support them if they say we will never be members of NATO.
We will support.
We will acknowledge Russia's interest in Crimea and and the Donbass region.
This is what at stake. It is the ability of independent countries to make sovereign decisions. That's what we support.
On the issue of weapon proliferation, or the support of weapons and maybe volunteers and so on, flooding Ukraine with all kinds of weapons from all kinds of sources. Would that concern you for the future? Could we see a situation similar to what we see in Syria or what we saw in Syria or Yemen or anything like this?
Right now, Saeed, what we see is the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian military, standing up against an aggressor, standing up against an invading army that has sought to rewrite international borders, that has sought to remove Ukraine's sovereign rights and really its sovereign identity. So right now we are supporting the Ukrainian government. We're supporting the Ukrainian people in their ability to do just that.
Okay, so your unqualified support for the Ukrainian to resist this Russian invasion and so on, and for any occupied people to resist, they're occupied. Did that extend to other places, like for the Palestinians and maybe the Iraqis and other places? Do they have the right to resist a military occupation?
Saeed's self-defense is a principle that belongs to all countries.
Right, and so it does belong to people who are under military occupation.
It belongs to all
including
countries.
the Palestinians, right?
All countries have the right to self-defense. Yes.
Just going back to Ukraine for a minute. During the meeting between Lavrov and Kuleba, apparently a Putin-Zelensky meeting was discussed. The U.S. has said now is not the time for diplomacy, but would you guys support it if both sides agree that their leadership?
A meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky?
Yes.
We would support our Ukrainian partners in the diplomatic overtures, the diplomatic initiatives that they wish to take part in. That does not mean that we would have necessarily high hopes at the moment. Before the meeting in Antalya today, Foreign Minister Kuleba said that he had low expectations for what the meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov could achieve. It's unclear to us, it may be unclear to our Ukrainian partners, that even those low expectations were met. We've heard from Foreign Minister Kuleba in his public comments after meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov that what the Russian Federation continues to purport to seek is a surrender of Ukraine. Now, clearly, that is not something that can be achieved or solved or addressed through diplomacy. And our concern in all of this, and this is a concern that predates the start of the invasion, we actually spoke to this before the invasion began, is that the Russian Federation is taking part in something you might call, and what the Secretary has called, the pretense of diplomacy. Going through the diplomatic motions, sometimes theatrically, sometimes at high levels, as you really invest, and in this case the Russian Federation invests, its resources, its efforts, not in the machinery of diplomacy, but in the machinery of war. That is what we saw prior to the invasion. It is our concern that what we're seeing now continues to be little more than a procedural pretense with Foreign Minister Lavrov, prior to that, lower-ranking officials taking part in these diplomatic gatherings. The challenge for Russia, though, is really twofold. First, and I've mentioned this before, Vladimir Putin's war effort is not going according to plan. Unless, of course, it was his plan to meet stiff resistance from the Ukrainian people, for his convoys to be bogged down, for his soldiers to be encountering heavy losses. I do not suspect that was his plan. The other challenge that President Putin now faces is that his economy is in a freefall. We've spoken to the metrics. I don't need to go into that again. But not only is his economy in a freefall, his financial system is flailing, but perhaps even more importantly, his strategic positioning in the world now, and certainly going forward, it is similarly diminished. So in our estimation, the status quo, in some ways, is not tenable for Moscow. So even if it is engaging in little more than the pretense now, the pressure it's encountering on the battlefield, the economic dire straits that it's in back at home, it is certainly our hope that those forces will combine and it will push the Russian Federation to the negotiating table in a way that actually involves good faith, in a way that actually involves a genuine effort and desire to bring this conflict, to diminish the violence, and ultimately to bring the conflict to a close. We haven't seen that yet, but we will continue to mount pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, until we do.
Is there a reason to believe that Putin would come to the table in good faith now if you were to meet with President Zelensky? I mean, you say that everything they've done is a pretext, so is your expectation that said meeting possibly would also be not actual efforts towards a diplomatic end?
It would entail a change of course. Of course, we wouldn't rule out a change of course, but we would need to see the Russian Federation show up with a different disposition.
Okay, and just one more on U.S. diplomacy. Beyond what you guys are saying publicly to Russia, are you getting any private messages to Russian officials, either directly through our diplomats that remain at the embassy or through a third? Party, are you, clearly stating what you're saying publicly to them privately as well?
Well, I will say this. There are a number of countries around the world who have engaged the Russian Federation, including at senior levels. As you know, on our way home from Europe last week, we stopped in Paris. This week. These days are a blur. Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to meet with President Macron. A large part of that discussion was President Macron's engagement with President Putin, with France's engagement with the Russian Federation. We had a chance in Europe to meet with Foreign Minister Lapid of Israel. As you know, Prime Minister Bennett was recently in Moscow. A large portion of that meeting was dedicated to comparing notes and to hearing from our Israeli partners what they had heard in turn from the Russians. Chancellor Scholz and other Germans have engaged with the Russian Federation. President Biden today spoke to President Erdogan of Turkey. And of course, Turkey hosted today's ministerial level meeting between Foreign Minister Lavrov and Foreign Minister Kuleba. So all of these diplomatic efforts are being well coordinated with us. We have very good visibility and insight into what these efforts entail, what our allies and partners have heard or not heard, as the case might be, from the Russian Federation. And in turn, our allies and partners have a very good idea of where the United States is, and should they need to convey anything about the United States, that is at their discretion.
Okay, so there's no U.S. direct contact to Russia right now.
As you know, there was a meeting on the books between Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov a couple weeks ago now. We determined at the time that under the present conditions, and those strategic conditions have not changed, that the time was not ripe for engagement between the United States and Russia in this regard. Yes, sir.
One last question. Has Ambassador Sullivan met with anyone in Russia, any Russian officials in recent weeks?
It's the job of an ambassador everywhere to meet with the host government. So that work continues.
You mentioned the Prime Minister visit to Moscow and so on. Are you somewhat disappointed in the sort of timid condemnation by Israel, and in fact the absence of a position by the Palestinian Authority on the invasion of Ukraine. I mean, the Palestinians claim that, we're too little, we don't have a government, we don't have all these things, but they do have some sort of a moral weight on the issue of occupations and so on. Are you in touch with them? Have you spoken to them to whether they would issue a statement? Are you also a bit disappointed in the Israelis?
When it comes to our Israeli partners, again, a large part of the conversation that we had with Foreign Minister Lapid just a couple days ago now was focused on Ukraine. Our Israeli partners made very clear to us that they stand in stark opposition to the naked use of force, naked aggression against a sovereign state. They made that very clear in private. They've made that very clear in public. When it comes to other countries, to other entities that may have been or may be guarded or may not have made such a clear statement. Look, we've said before that now is not the time to sit on the sidelines. Now is the time for every country, every entity, every bloc, every alliance around the world to make clear whether they stand on the side of the very principles that have been at the heart of our international system over the better part of a decade, or whether those principles that they may have claimed to espoused are entirely hollow. Countries around the world need to make that clear. This is not a time for equivocation. This is not a time for ambiguity. We have been heartened by the fact that the vast majority of the world's countries have stood up, some of them in the form of a UN General Assembly vote, some of them by exercising their voice on the world stage, some of them through other forms, have stood up to clearly and starkly condemn this, and we are encouraging countries, entities, alliances, blocs around the world to do just that. Yes, sir.
Condoms are in Germany. I've got two questions, if I may. First, you spoke about the Kremlin lies on the chemical and biological weapon activities in Ukraine. However, there are reports about a lab in the Ukraine. I'm sure you noticed that Tucker Carlson yesterday had a big segment in his show about it, and also some.
I didn't catch it.
Sorry,
I did not catch it.
Okay. Anyway, so there are reports about a lab which is funded by the U.S. Could you explain what the goal of this lab is in contrast to what the Kremlin obviously says? And second, do you have any comment on the meeting between former German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder and Putin right now in Moscow?
Between the former chancellor and Vladimir Putin. So to be very clear, the United States government does not own or operate biological laboratories in Ukraine, full stop. Just as we have done in countries around the world, experts have assisted Ukraine at times with laboratory safety issues. But that is the extent of the activity. Ukraine is in full compliance with the Biological Weapons Convention. It is in full compliance with the Chemical Weapons Convention. Of course, the same cannot be said of Russia. Russia has an active biological weapons program. It's in violation of the BWC. As I mentioned before, Russia has previously employed some of these very chemical agents against dissidents and perceived enemies of the Ukrainian government. We know that the best antidote to disinformation is information. And that gets back to some of the questions we've spoken to in this briefing already. It's part of the reason why we went on record pretty vigorously yesterday with our concerns. Pushing back on the propaganda, on the disinformation that we're seeing in the first instance emanate from Russia, from Russian state media, from Russian officials. And we want to do everything we can to ensure that that disinformation isn't parroted by those who may be unwitting or who may have a different agenda. When it comes to the former German Chancellor and his engagement with President Putin, we wouldn't have a comment on the activities of a private citizen.
Any knowledge of his trip?
It's not something we would typically comment on, nor is it something we would typically coordinate. It's the actions of a private citizen. Yes, Nike.
Can we switch to Asia? Sure. So South Korea elected its next
president yesterday, but days into the presidential election, North Korea launched 2 missile tests on March 4th and February 26th. Is that U.S. read that those launches are aimed at influencing the presidential election of South Korea, and what's the U.S. plan to prevent further escalation of North Korea?
Well, let me first say that, and you heard this from the president last night, but we congratulate President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol on his election. The alliance between the United States and our ally in the Republic of Korea, along with our economic ties, the close friendship of our people, it is and remains the linchpin for peace, for security, for prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. We are, to your question, Nike, committed to the defense of the ROK, and we look forward to working with President-elect Yoon to deepen cooperation on key global challenges. That includes climate, and includes COVID-19, deepening our economic ties, our supply chains, but also it, of course, includes deepening our cooperation on some of the security challenges that we both confront. And at the top of that list, when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, is the threat that is posed by the nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs of the DPRK. I wouldn't want to speak to possible motivation of any DPRK ballistic missile launches. This is something, of course, that the DPRK has done fairly consistently over the years. In recent months, too, we've seen a spate of these launches, but whether any particular launch or series of launches had a particular motivation in mind is just not something I would speak to.
Were those ICBM launches?
These are ballistic missile launches, and we've been very clear that we condemn the ballistic missile launch. This launch, like the other launches earlier this year, it's a clear violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. It demonstrates the threat that is posed by the DPRK's illicit weapons of mass destruction program, its missile program. These are threats that really strike at peace and security within the Indo-Pacific and beyond. That is why we have stood resolutely with the international community, called on the DPRK to abide by these Security Council resolutions, to refrain from further provocations, and to engage in substantive and sustained dialogue. Our commitment to our treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific, including Japan, Republic of Korea, it is ironclad. We will continue to work closely with them on the type of pragmatic, practical steps that we believe can help achieve the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. That remains our goal.
I'm sorry, can you be more specific what exactly U.S. is going to do to prevent more launches or escalation from North Korea? What steps?
Well, as we have said previously, we will continue to hold the DPRK accountable for its flagrant violations of UN Security Council resolutions. We've imposed a number of sanctions and designations on the regime in recent weeks alone. The UN Security Council has taken up this challenge with urgency. All the while, we have continued to reach out to the DPRK. We're committed to pursuing a diplomatic approach to this challenge. We've made very clear that we have no hostile intent towards the DPRK, and we are prepared to meet with the DPRK. We have extended this offer. It is up to the DPRK to determine whether they wish to engage in this sustained diplomacy that we think can address security challenges and help achieve our ultimate objective of a complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Iran?
Can you update us on what is happening? I think we had the impression last week that we were probably looking at arrival at a deal this week. And second, the former vice president told Israeli Hayom, Vice President Pence, that we will tear up any new nuclear deal with Iran. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't have a comment on that. I wouldn't have a comment on the remarks of a private citizen. When it comes to Iran and negotiations in Vienna, You've heard us say that there has been significant progress. We remain close to a possible deal. It's really down to a very small number of outstanding issues. But the reason these particular issues are outstanding is because they are among the most difficult ones. I'm reminded of a former president who had a sign on his desk saying, hard things are hard. These are hard issues, and they're outstanding for that reason. Now is the time for all parties to show seriousness. We continue to believe that we can and should be able to reach a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA in the coming days, but there is little time that remains because of the advancements that we've seen over the course of recent months and over the course of the past couple of years in Tehran's nuclear program.
Are you concerned that the Russians might actually spoil arrival at a deal?
Look, we are at the final stage of what has been already an 11-month negotiation. There's very little time remaining to test the proposition as to whether we can achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. We've urged all parties, and of course that includes the Russian Federation, to focus on resolving the final remaining issues so that we can achieve our shared objective. That is an Iran that is permanently and verifiably barred from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That is not only our objective. The Russian Federation was and is a party to the P5+1. Russia was there when the JCPOA was negotiated and consummated in 2014 and 2015. It is manifestly in our interests. It is manifestly in the interests of our close European allies. It is also happens to be manifestly in the interests of the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation to see to it that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon.
Neds, when you say we urged all parties, including Russia, to focus on the resolving thing, did you guys actually engage with Russia on this last demands that they tried to impose last Saturday?
So Rob Malley remains in Vienna. He has had a chance to meet with the envoys, his fellow P5+1 envoys, to continue discussions. We've made it very clear privately. We've also made it very clear in the context of the P5+1 in Vienna that the new Russia-related sanctions are wholly unrelated to the JCPOA and should not have any impact on a potential mutual return to compliance with it or its ultimate implementation. We also have no intention of offering Russia anything new or specific as it relates to the sanctions, nor is anything new required to successfully reach an agreement on a mutual return to full compliance with the JCPOA. Francesco.
Are these Russian new demands one of the main roadblocks to achieving an understanding? Do you include that in the very small number of outstanding issues?
There are a small number of issues. I will let the Russian Federation speak to what it is that they are seeking. But I will just say we urge all parties, including Russia, to focus on resolving this very small set of issues to determine whether or not we can achieve a mutual return to compliance. Yep.
Very quickly, last week there was, witnessed a spike in deadly assaults by the Israeli army on Palestinian youth mainly. A number of them died, maybe half a dozen. And the British Consul General came out and expressed her concern and called on the Israelis for restraint and so on. Do we expect, like Ambassador Knight, to say something similar or to caution the Israelis against such a spike or such use of deadly force?
You've heard from any number of individuals in this administration, including from Ambassador Knights, that we believe it's critical for Israel and the Palestinian Authority to refrain from unilateral steps that exacerbate tensions, that undercut efforts to advance what remains our desired outcome. That is a two-state solution. That certainly includes this violence of all types. Thank you all very much.
Possible at all? Are you expecting any further outreach with the Venezuelans?
I'm sorry, any further
outreach?
Well, first on Venezuela, let me first reiterate what has been the big news, and that is that we, and welcome news, and that is that we gladly welcome the return of U.S. citizens Gustavo Cardenas and Jorge Alberto Fernandez from Venezuela. Their release would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of individuals in this building and throughout this administration. Of course, those efforts were led by Special Envoy Carstens, our Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs. Even as we celebrate the return of these two Americans, we are going to continue working every day to bring home every U.S. national held hostage or wrongfully detained in the world, including those who remain to this day wrongfully detained in Venezuela. We've said this before. We've said this in unison with our allies and partners around the world, that the practice of wrongfully detaining third country nationals represents a threat to the safety and security of everyone traveling, working, living abroad. We oppose this practice anywhere. We oppose this practice everywhere. So one of the purposes of this visit was to ensure the health and well-being of U.S. nationals detained by the regime in Venezuela and to press for their release. Of course, we were able to welcome home two of them, but certainly the delegation sought to ensure the health and well-being of all those detained. We also noted Maduro's statement that he is willing to return to negotiations with the opposition's unitary platform, which we believe to be an important and a positive step. We continue to believe that Venezuelan-led comprehensive negotiations, they represent the best mechanism available to restore Venezuelan democracy and the rule of law. And that's why we support the unitary platform's goal of immediately resuming negotiations with the Maduro regime to restore free and fair elections, democratic institutions, and the rule of law, as well as respect for human rights in Venezuela. The other big element of the delegation, the other element that they pressed, was the need to make progress on the democratic aspirations of the people of Venezuela. We will continue to press that case. We will continue to do everything we can with Juan Guaido on the unitary platform, but also through other channels to support the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this press opportunity. Now I'd like to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda. Your Excellency, distinguished Madam Vice President of the United States of America, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important moment in our relations. But first and foremost, under these circumstances, which we are facing right now in Europe, behind our eastern border. In Ukraine, friendly to us and with us, where the Russian troops are carrying out a barbarous aggression, murdering innocent people, murdering civilians, bombing maternity hospitals, from which, under dramatic circumstances, wounded women right before labor are being carried out. None of us has ever expected that we would be able to see such scenes in the 21st century, especially. It is a great satisfaction to all of us here in Poland that Madam Vice President of the United States of America, Mrs. Kamala Harris, is here with us in Warsaw, in our country. And she's demonstrating the strength and depth of the transatlantic and allied bond, demonstrating decisive engagement and commitment of the United States to the security of NATO's eastern flank and to Europe as a whole. Let me stress very forcefully, there is no doubt whatsoever that together with the United States and our other allies, within the framework of the North Atlantic Alliance and along with the entire free and honest world, we stand with Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine, and we will try to do our best to make sure that Ukraine can be defended. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for coming. Thank you for our meetings today, for the conversations that we have had. We had a meeting just a couple of minutes ago. We had a private meeting, a tete-a-tete meeting, and we also met with Polish and American delegations. We discussed all the important topics, and I highlighted very forcefully how important it is, and I thanked also for the position of the President of the United States, Mr. Joe Biden. I thanked for the position of Madam Vice President and her team, but I also thanked for the position of the U.S. Congress. I thanked for this necessity and actually the imposition of effective sanctions on the Russian Federation. The United States is in the vanguard of those sanctions, and speaking honestly, these sanctions are working. Above all, thank you also for all the support which is being provided to the fight in Ukraine, to Ukraine which is defending itself. Thank you for the humanitarian assistance which is being supplied there. And to you, Madam Vice President, I would like to thank for the involvement of all the organizations and of all the NGOs that are being involved in providing assistance, humanitarian assistance. Also, they are providing medical aid. They are providing equipment for children, for wounded, for the sick. My wife, Agata, is involved in this as well, and I know that in this respect, she is in cooperation with various institutions from the United States. She is in contact with the First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden. I'm very happy that this Polish-American cooperation is developing, but I'm pleased that it serves to provide common aid to the fight in Ukraine and common aid to all those who are suffering, all those who need this assistance from us. And today I shared with Madam Vice President, I described the situation that we are facing. I said that today, for a number of days actually, we have been receiving refugees from Ukraine in Poland. This number is close to 1.5 million persons who have come to us, and I'm addressing my compatriots right now. I was proud to tell Madam Vice President that all those people have not been sent to any camps, any refugees camps. They have been accepted and received by Polish families in Polish homes. They are accommodated in Polish hotels, in Polish spa resorts, in Polish motels. Most often, however, they are accommodated with private people. They have been received by ordinary Polish people who feel in their hearts that they should extend a helping hand to the people in need. And I thank you so much for this to my fellow Polish people. This is a reason to be proud for us, for the Polish authorities, and I'm very, very much grateful to you for that. At the same time, I asked Madam Vice President for support, as it is quite obvious that such a huge refugee crisis is a surprise for Poland, and it is a complicated situation for Poland, for the Polish authorities. In the era of the crisis, the prices are growing. of fuel prices are growing. Generally, the prices are growing. That is why we do need this support, and I'm going to be hugely grateful for any form of support, because we have to survive this difficult time. And we have to do that by helping our neighbors, because that is extremely important right now. However, first and foremost, we discussed security issues. The presence of Madam Vice President here in Poland is yet another demonstration of U.S. presence in Poland. Next to the U.S. troops that we have here, next to U.S. defensive systems that are protecting our skies today and our land, we also have with us here today the political representation, the top-level political representation of the United States, led by Madam Vice President. And this is a very clear political message where most important things are happening today. On the global stage in Europe. We have to rescue Ukraine. All of us are acutely aware of that. All hands should be on board. Ukraine needs to be helped, and we have to stay united in that respect. We need to stand together in this respect within the North Atlantic Alliance, keeping solidarity, speaking absolutely with one voice, just as we have to stand together in the European Union and in all the other international communities. We have to impose more sanctions on Russia. We cannot accept such military activities which bear the characteristics of the features of a genocide, because I don't think that anybody is in any doubt. If hospitals are bombed where pregnant women are staying, where children are staying, where ordinary people are killed, where bombs are dropped, when missiles are launched into residential houses, where there are no military installations, then this is an act of barbarity, bearing the features of a genocide. It aims at eliminating and destroying a nation. Hence, we have to stand and present a very tough stance here as representatives of the free world. And Poland stands here together with the United States of America, just like, I have no doubt about that, all our allies stand with Ukraine and all the honest authorities and states, especially democratic states. And at the end of our conversation, I mentioned the fact that we want to boost our security also on our own here in Poland, also thanks to the purchase of American equipment for our armed forces. There are already ongoing programs, such as Patriot program, such as HIMARS program, the program of the purchase of F-35s, or the recently started program of the purchase of Abrams tanks for Poland. I asked Madam Vice President that those programs should be accelerated as far as this is possible, because we want to provide this state-of-the-art equipment to our armed forces as soon as possible. If there is such a need, I think everybody can see that. We do not need to comment on this situation. We are able to witness the dramatic scenes unfolding in Ukraine. Every day in the media, you can see those horrifying scenes. But at the same time, we're able to witness the huge heroism and incredible determination of the Ukrainian people. And we stand at the side of the Ukrainian people. We're going to support them with all our strength, but at the same time providing the security of our countries, which is of crucial importance. Once again, thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for coming to Warsaw. Thank you for this demonstration that we stand together and that we are a huge Euro-Atlantic community of freedom and security. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to Madam Vice President of the United States of America, Madam Kamala Harris.
President Duda, and for the warm welcome under unfortunate circumstances, given what is happening in Ukraine, our friend. But I thank you for the warm welcome and for the very constructive and productive conversations we had today as part of our ongoing dialogue and friendship that spans generations. I would like to also speak directly to the Polish people. I have shared with your president that under his leadership and your leadership has been extraordinary. The world has been watching Poland, Mr. President, your leadership and the leadership of the people of your country. And we've witnessed extraordinary acts of generosity and kindness. We have seen through images on the television, looking at images of ordinary people doing extraordinary things in support of the dignity and the well-being of perfect strangers. So I first and foremost want to express the thanks for the people of the United States to you, Mr. President, on behalf of our President, Joe Biden, and to the people of Poland for what you are doing every day. It really represents the best of who we are. We are here, and I am here in Poland today, as part of an enduring, long-standing friendship and commitment between the United States and Poland based on shared values and priorities. I am here, standing here on the northern flank, on the eastern flank, talking about what we have in terms of the eastern flank and our NATO allies, and what is at stake at this very moment. What is at stake this very moment are some of the guiding principles around the NATO alliance, and in particular, the issue and the importance of defending sovereignty and territorial integrity, in this case of Ukraine. As President Duda has described, we have been witnessing for weeks, and certainly just in the last 24 hours, atrocities of unimaginable proportion. A maternity hospital, a children's hospital, where we have witnessed pregnant women who were there for care, for one reason, being taken out because they required care because of an act of violence, unprovoked, unjustified. I am here in Poland as an expression of the enduring and important relationship between the United States and Poland that again has been long-standing, but in particular on the issue of Ukraine is unified and is clear. We will do everything together in partnership, in solidarity, to support what is necessary at this very moment in terms of the humanitarian and security needs of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Today we discussed, Mr. President, many issues that relate to our special bond also, because I will say as a point of personal privilege, we have a substantial Polish-American community in my hometown of Los Angeles, but throughout the United States, who understands the relationship that we have on many levels, including the diplomatic, but also cultural relationships that span generations. And so through all of that, and in the spirit of those relationships and our shared commitments, our shared commitment to the importance of international norms and rules, you and I discussed today many important topics, in particular as it relates to the eastern flank. And we talked specifically about what we care deeply about in terms of our commitment, the United States commitment to Article 5. I've said it many times, I will say it again. The United States commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. The United States is prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory. The United States takes seriously that an attack against one is an attack against all. We are here today to restate that commitment, but also to do what we must do to reinforce our support of Poland and our allies through the EU and NATO alliance. In particular, as it relates to troop deployment, we have recently deployed an additional 4,700 American troops to Poland. That's on top of the years of rotation of about 5,000 American troops in Poland. We are pleased to have announced this week that we have directed 2 Patriot missile defense systems to Poland, and today I can announce that we have delivered those Patriot systems to Poland. We do this as a reminder and as a demonstration of our commitment to the security of our allies and our commitment in particular to Poland at this moment in time. As it relates to the people of Ukraine, they have suffered immensely. When we talk about humanitarian aid, it is because, yes, the assistance is necessary, but what compels us also is the moral outrage that all civilized nations feel when we look at what is happening to innocent men, women, children, grandmothers, grandfathers, who are fleeing everything they've known. Our outrage, which compels not only our security assistance, but our humanitarian assistance, is rooted in the fact that also we support the people of Ukraine who have shown extraordinary courage and skill in their willingness and, yes, ability to fight against Putin's war and Russia's aggression. So today we are also announcing, in pursuit of what must happen, which is to provide humanitarian assistance, that we will give another $50 million, the United States will, through the UN's World Food Program, to assist with humanitarian aid. The President and I also talked about the fact that, as he mentioned, Poland has taken, in just a very short period of time, in excess of 1.5 million refugees in from Ukraine. And that has put an extraordinary burden on Poland and the people of Poland. And so we will continue with the support that we can give you, Mr. President, in terms of the work that you and the people of Poland have been doing to bear this burden, but in a way that really has been with such grace and such generosity. We also are pleased to have shared with the President what our United States Congress has done, which is there is a commitment now of $13.6 billion in humanitarian and security assistance that will be then distributed and shared with Ukraine and the people of this region and Europe. All again understanding that this moment in time requires both a humanitarian response as well as security assistance. And today I'm also pleased to say that we are in ongoing discussions with Poland and our allies about the effectiveness of sanctions thus far and going forward. As we have announced in the United States, we have, through the United States Department of Justice, started a task force to do what is required and necessary and appropriate in terms of investigations as it relates to any criminal activities and behaviors on behalf of institutions and individuals, including oligarchs. We talked, the President and I, about the effectiveness of the sanctions we've seen thus far in terms of the courage and the bold action that has been taken through the NATO alliance to do what is necessary to send a clear signal that there will be, as we promised, severe cost and consequence for Russia's aggression, to the point that we have now seen a free fall of the ruble, to the point that we have now seen that Russia's credit rating has been rated as junk, and what we know to be real economic consequence to Russia because of Putin's war. As you know, the President of the United States also made the decision to do what was necessary in terms of the purchase of Russian oil in the United States. Again, we will continue to focus on this issue, keeping in mind that this is a moment that requires severe and swift consequence for Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And I'll close by saying what we say every day for these last weeks, which is we stand with the people of Ukraine, that we admire their courage, and that we are aligned in our support of their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mamy czas na pytania dziennikarskie. Proszę o zadanie pytania panią Jacqueline Skowrońską z TVP.
Madam Jacqueline Skowrońska from the Polish television. My name is Jacqueline Skowrońska. I represent Polish television. I'd like to ask my question to both Madam Vice President and Mr. President. In what way has this brutal attack of Russia against Ukraine impacted Polish-American relations? Anthony Blinken, State Secretary, during his last visit to Poland, was saying that the Polish-American friendship has never been so strong in history as it is now. Is it going to translate also on the permanent military presence of the United States in Poland? Thank you very much.
It cannot be said too frequently or strongly enough. The relationship between the United States and Poland is a deep, enduring, and strong one, and dare I say, has become even stronger when we have been faced as a world with such adversity. I think we all know, even in our personal lives, adversity really, truly can present the real measure of an individual or a relationship. And what we have seen, without any doubt, is that this friendship and relationship between the United States and Poland is a strong one.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, answering your question, I would need to go a little bit back into history, deeper into history. Let me put it in the following way. When I started my service as President of the Republic of Poland in 2015, I was perfectly aware of the fact that an aggressive Russia, like President Lech Kaczynski was saying in Georgia in 2008, would not stop only attacking Georgia in 2008 and attacking part of Ukraine in 2014. I knew that this appetite, this imperial appetite, will grow if the world does not react to that. If the world does not react, if the North Atlantic Alliance does not stand up, does not present a tough stance, then we will see more attacks from Russia, to which perhaps sooner or later also my country, Poland, would fall victim to. And when I started as President of Poland, I knew that I had to do everything that I could to protect Poland from such a scenario. One has to use very clear and strong words here in the presence of Madam Vice President of the United States. Those who understood well what I was saying back then, speaking about the Russian threat, were precisely the representatives of the United States, were the representatives of Barack Obama administration and the President himself back then, the US generals as well. And precisely thanks to their support, we were able to obtain the North Atlantic Alliance presence on the eastern flank. We're able to execute that strengthening of the eastern flank for the first time since we joined NATO in 1999. It was precisely a NATO summit in Warsaw, through, first and foremost, the decisions of the US President and his team, but also through the decisions of other allies whom we were able to convince, has led to putting this presence on the eastern flank of the alliance. And symbolically, in Poland, the United States is the framework nation. At the same time, the US soldiers came here and started their rotational presence in Poland. It is a rotational, but also a persistent presence, enduring presence. It is a back-to-back presence, so soldiers change, but the US Armed Forces are present on our soil all the time, and that was a breakthrough. If we recall the words of President Lech Kaczynski, which I've quoted many times, and he said those words to me back in 2008, he said, and I quote, "Andrzej, when U.S. soldiers are on our soil, when U.S. military installations are on our soil, when U.S. military equipment is put on our soil, then the whole world will be able to see that we are no longer a Russian sphere of influence. This is a true friendship." As Madam Vice President remarked today, a friend in need is a friend indeed. That is why I'm really happy that today, when we are in need and when the NATO eastern flank is in need, the United States, by the decision of President Joe Biden, has deployed additional troops, the U.S. is deploying more troops, and the U.S. is announcing the presence in our part of Europe and also in Poland, because this is precisely the understanding of the geopolitics of strategic goals that have to be achieved by this geopolitics and by the three worlds. This is the understanding of the security. Is Polish-American presence today, if we look at the last couple of years, stronger than ever? Yes. Polish-American friendship, for sure, over the last 7 years of my presidency is stronger than before. And this presence here today in Warsaw of Madam Vice President Kamala Harris is yet another strong of that. The presence of all the representatives of Mr. President Joe Biden's administration here recently on our soil. Also, this is evidenced by the frequency of contacts that I have with the President of the United States. We frequently talk and discuss the most important security-related topics and our mutual relations. Yes, of course, whenever we speak about great politics and friendship, this is this friendship in great politics, and this is the friendship between states. For sure, this is the friendship between Poland and the United States of America. It is very strong right now, the strongest perhaps ever in history.
The next question will come from Nandita Bose of Reuters.
Hi, Madam Vice President. Thank you for, and President Duda, thank you for taking my question. President Zelensky has strongly asked for better air power in recent days. And my question is, what kind of alternative plans does the United States have to get materials to help Ukraine defend itself, especially now that you have declined Poland's offer on jets? Can you give us some specifics on what you discussed with the Polish leaders on this issue, Madam Vice President? And one for President Duda. The United States says, Mr. President, it was not consulted before you made the offer to make your jets available to the United States. Is that accurate? And did Poland act unilaterally in making an offer? If yes, why? Especially now that you have spoken about the strong relationship that U.S. and Poland has shared over the years. Thank you.
I want to be very clear. The United States and Poland are united in what we have done and are prepared to do to help Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. Full stop. In terms of the work that the United States has done thus far, we have, as you know, given military, humanitarian, and security assistance, and that is an ongoing process. As I mentioned earlier, Congress, the United States Congress, has now made a decision for $13+ billion of U.S. money to go to Ukraine and our European allies to assist in terms of both their security and humanitarian needs. We have also just this past week given $240 million in security assistance delivered to Ukraine, and that's on top of the $1 billion in just the past year that we have sent to Ukraine. I can tell you that the issue facing the Ukrainian people and our allies in the eastern flank is something that occupies one of our highest priorities in terms of paying attention to the needs, understanding it is a dynamic situation and requires us to be nimble and to be swift. I mentioned being swift in terms of accountability and consequence. We also fully appreciate we must be swift in terms of providing assistance where we can be helpful, and we will continue to do that.
Any alternative plans, especially in light of the issue with Poland on jets?
Well, we're making deliveries every day in terms of what we can do in terms of assistance, and in particular, when you look at what we've been doing as it relates to anti-tank and systems, that is an ongoing process, and that's not going to stop to the extent that there is. Thank you.
Kolejne pytanie, proszę.
One moment, I need to give an answer as well. Madam, that situation is extremely complicated because we are all saying that there is a fight going on in Ukraine for independence, for sovereignty, for freedom, and for survival. And support with all the strength we have the people of Ukraine. It is not only the military, also the people of Ukraine have taken to arms to defend their homeland. It is not only men, it's also women who fight on the front line with men in order to defend their country. And we have no doubt whatsoever that they need help and assistance. Let me say something more. We accept that they have the right to demand this assistance from the international community. They can demand this support from NATO. We are getting them assistance and material assistance the best we can to do our best. Some expectations were addressed in a very strong vocal towards us. Poland. We members of the North Atlantic Alliance, and security-related issues are concerned. We have to look at these not only through our own lens, through the perspective of Poland, but we also have to adopt the perspective of the security of NATO as a whole. In a nutshell, we have to be a member of the North Atlantic Alliance. That is why there were requests addressed to us. Those requests were addressed to us by the Ukrainian side and also to a certain extent by the media. We behaved in such a way as a reliable member of NATO should behave. A member of NATO who does not want to expose NATO to any difficult situation. On the other hand, we as members of NATO also wanted and want to look for ways of support for the fight in Ukraine. That is why we formulated a statement together with the Polish government, so myself as president together with the Polish government, and this statement, this declaration was announced by the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs. It talked about the Polish possibilities, military possibilities of assisting Ukraine. Simply, we decided to put those jets at the disposal of NATO, not expecting anything in return, because we stressed very clearly that As a gap filler for the donated equipment, we were able to buy what we would need as a replacement, and we ourselves were ready to provide our equipment free of charge. But we wanted NATO as a whole to make a common decision so that Poland remains a credible member of NATO, not a country who decides on its own on important issues which impact the security of NATO as a whole, which would impact the security of all members of NATO, also our neighbors who are part of NATO, members of NATO. Thank you. Another question, Mrs. Maja Wojciechowska, TVN24.
Madam Vice President, each day we can see death and unimaginable suffering of the Ukraine people caused by decisions made by Vladimir Putin. My question is, will the US supporting international investigation into war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine, and can you see any political future for Putin? I to jest oczywiście też pytanie do pana prezydenta o tę polską stronę i przyszłość.
This is also the question to the Polish president.
Okay, I'll go. You go this time, please.
Jeżeli pani...
Not at all. We are very clear. The NATO alliance is stronger and Russia is weaker because of what Putin has done. That is very clear to us. And when it comes to crimes and violations of international norms and rules, we are also very clear that any intentional attack on innocent civilians is a violation. The UN has set up a process by which there will be a review and investigations, and we will, of course, participate as appropriate and necessary. But we all watched the television coverage of just yesterday. That's on top of everything else that we know and don't know yet, based on what we've just been able to see. And because we've seen it or not doesn't mean it hasn't happened. But just limited to what we have seen. Pregnant women going for health care, being injured by, I don't know, a missile, a bomb, in an unprovoked, unjustified war, where a powerful country is trying to take over another country, violate its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, for the sake of what? Nothing that is justified or provoked? Absolutely there should be an investigation. And we should all be watching. And I have no question the eyes of the world are on this war and what Russia has done in terms of this aggression and these atrocities. I have no doubt.
Dla nas oczywistą sprawą jest...
It is obvious to us that in Ukraine, Russians are committing war crimes. I hope that also in the future it will be obvious for a court investigating those issues who bears responsibility for that. Now please remember that the refugees from Ukraine are coming to us right now. And right now, as we speak, there are people crossing our border who witnessed their houses destroyed, who saw their neighbors being killed, who saw hospitals being bombed, who saw civilians being shot at, children being shot at. These are proofs. These are the reports of witnesses, and they also have those proofs on their smartphones. If you look at those footages, it just makes your blood curl. Such scenes are happening today, and they have been happening over the last days in Ukraine, and their perpetrators are Russians. A group of prosecutors has come to us, delegated by the court, to look at the facts of this case. They are collecting evidence. We, as Poland,
ze wszystkich swoich możliwości staramy się umożliwić
try as much as we can to give them the best possible conditions for work and to fulfill this very difficult task. Let us remember, the witnesses are here. There is a lot of evidence, the footages, as I mentioned, we have those proofs, the evidence, all of that is being collected, the work is ongoing, and I do believe that it is going to result in very serious indictment acts. And I do believe that the war criminals will be sentenced, those responsible for the war that is happening in Ukraine right now as a result of this Band-Aid Russian assault.
And the final question will be from Asma Khalid of NPR.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. I wanted to ask you about some reporting that my colleague here in Poland noticed. He recently spoke with the mayor of the largest border town, who told him that the refugee system is essentially not set up for this, that it will collapse. It's an improvised system that can work for maybe 2 weeks, but not indefinitely. And I'm wondering what the United States is going to do more specifically to set up a permanent infrastructure. And relatedly, is the United States willing to make a specific allocation for Ukrainian refugees? And for President Duda, I wanted to know if you think, and if you asked the United States to specifically accept more refugees.
Okay. A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Okay, so this time. Szanowna Pani Redaktor,
Madam, the situation is very complex. This is what I was saying today, and I discussed this at length with Madam Vice President Kamala Harris. I said in a very blunt way that today we are seeing a refugee crisis. It is unfolding because Poland is still able to receive, it is all the time able to find the accommodation for those people who are coming to us all the time. But we have got almost 1,500,000 people who have come to us over the last couple of days. So it's been 10 days. We have received more than 1 million people within 10 days. Never before have we witnessed such a situation. So this is something totally new to us. And we are grappling with this huge challenge. Our entire society is facing up to this challenge. I have already expressed my gratitude to the Polish people for their wonderful position in this very difficult situation, that they are so open-hearted. But we are aware that the problem is growing and that this problem is increasing. We have to somehow handle it, and we do not have the experience. Therefore, yesterday I had a long conversation with Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, and I flagged out that problem to him. I described him the situation, how it looks, how it develops. I described to him the reaction of the Polish society, of the Polish authorities, how we have been handling with this problem, but I told him that unless we receive international assistance, then, given further influx of refugees to Poland on this scale, this will end up in a refugee disaster. And I asked for help, both the material assistance, financial assistance, so that we are able to solve this in Poland. I also asked for expertise, for the know-how, because the UN has got experts who have seen a multitude of crises of this dimension, and I'm sure that they have worked out methods of how to handle it, and I'm sure they know how to solve the problems which ensue due to such a crisis situation. And this is something that I described in details also today to Madam Vice President. I said that the assistance of the United States in that respect is invaluable to us, and we would be very much grateful if we could use this assistance as soon as possible. Furthermore, we discussed the refugees from Ukraine who have got relatives and families in the United States and who would be willing, at least for the time when the war is still waging, they would like to visit those families, to stay with their families in the United States and to wait there until the war is over and then come back to their homes. I asked to speed up and simplify the procedures for such people, the consular procedures to be simplified for those people who would like to leave for the United States, to give the opportunity to these people to see their families as soon as possible, to be reunited with their families, to help them to survive this time. So we are acting and we are looking for international support because indeed the vast majority of Ukrainian refugees are coming to our country. Frankly speaking, that is because, first of all, we are a big country, and also the material status of an ordinary citizen of Poland is for sure much better than the material status of the living conditions of an ordinary Ukrainian citizen, although we are not among those wealthy countries of Western Europe, but our living standards have increased over the last couple of years in Poland. But they are coming because I believe that also it is their belief that thanks to the presence of NATO armed forces, thanks to the presence of our allies from NATO, from Canada, from the UK, from Romania, and from other countries whose soldiers are deployed in Poland, they believe that Poland, due to that presence, is a safe country, a country which is not going to be attacked, a country where you can safely wait out this difficult situation.
As the President said, we did discuss this issue, and I started by thanking the President and Poland and the people of Poland for what they have done. And I will restate what I said earlier this afternoon. They've shown extraordinary generosity and kindness and courage. And there have been some here who have relatives who have arrived from Ukraine, but I think there are many more who are taking in perfect strangers with barely a lot to give, but giving a lot nonetheless. So we recognize that, and we recognize the burden that it places on the government of Poland, on the President, and the infrastructure of this country. When you look at, as the President said, over 1.5 million people coming within 2 weeks virtually. Unprecedented if you track and look at refugee flows over the history of time from regions of conflict. So the United States is absolutely prepared to do what we can and what we must to support Poland in terms of the burden that they have taken on, that I think all of us who understand the moral obligation we should feel to help people who are fleeing harm and seeking refuge, the burden we should all be prepared to take on to support those people who are fleeing their home when they don't want to leave. In terms of what we are doing in the United States, we will then take this in terms of what we can do to support and look at those Ukrainians who want to come to the United States. What we are seeing thus far is large parts of that population who are fleeing Ukraine who desire to stay in Europe. You probably know that we have made a decision as it relates to TPS, the temporary protected status. So for Ukrainians that are in the United States whose visa may expire or has expired, if they were in the United States before, I believe it's March, I don't have the exact date, they will be able to stay. They won't be required to leave even though their visa has expired, because of course we would not send them back to what is a war zone. And the bottom line is that I have stated the position to the President this afternoon. As we have said many times through our work collectively in the UN, through NATO, we will support Poland in terms of the burden it is facing and our collective responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of these refugees.
Na tym kończymy konferencję prasową.
This concludes our press conference. Thank you very much for your participation, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Bring in sports legal analyst Dan Luss. He's joined us on the show throughout the negotiations on this, and they've broken down time and time again. Now finally coming together, Dan. Who comes out in the victor? Who comes out as the victor in this deal?
I think the fans, right? I guess that's the easy answer, right? The fans win with an 162-game season. As I've been telling, I've been on the show before. I've been saying these deadlines that Major League Baseball was saying, if you don't come to terms on a deal by February 28th, we're going to have to cancel some games. Same thing on March 1st, same thing on March 8th, March 9th. And guess what? We came to a deal on March 10th, and no games are going to be canceled. So I think the owners are losers to the extent that they, nobody really bought that lie that they were selling. They had to cancel games. They meant, move games back. And I don't think the players bought it. I don't think the players caved. And I think in addition to the fans being the obvious winners, I think the players are, that they did not cave at the quote unquote best and final offer on February 28th. That offer only got better and better for the players. And, I think they have to be happy with the deal that they struck today.
Yeah, I think the fans are definitely the victors in this. Exciting for all of them. There's a couple of sticking points in negotiations. If you can, just kind of walk us through what got us to this point now.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, this is all going to come down to money, which was, what I've kind of been explaining on the show, right? You can argue over universal DH, right? That's a designated hitter being in the AL and the NL, and special playoff rules, and maybe, the banning of the shift, which some sports traditionalists like myself don't necessarily love, but those were the gameplay items. I don't think those were so big. I think the owners and the players kind of agreed on those. But at the end of the day, what it come down to was something called the competitive balance tax. It's something similar to a salary cap, but it's basically a threshold by which, if a team exceeds it, they're going to get taxed a certain amount of money. What the owners came up with is basically, I think, a 3-tiered, maybe even a 4-tiered system. But if you exceed it by a certain amount, you can get taxed at a certain threshold. And then if you exceed the second threshold, you can be taxed even higher. So protections put in place to protect owner spending. I don't think the players love that. I think the players wanted to have the owners have uncapped, right? They could spend as much money as they wanted, like the old school Yankees in the late 90s and early 2000s. So that was the main sticking point. And then, where the top of the salary should be, and then really the bottom of the salaries. The minimum wage in baseball has now been raised in excess of $700,000. So if you make a Major League Baseball roster, you're making at least $700,000 a year. Not a minor league player, but a major league player. So I think those were the two main sticking points. And then obviously there was some, it's kind of a sliding scale. We'll give here, you give here. But those were the two big ticket items: competitive balance tax, minimum salary. I think both sided in the player sense.
And negotiations still underway for the international draft. A few things have been left out of this agreement that's been reached. Now, for our viewers who are watching who don't quite understand that, can you break that down for us?
Of course. So baseball is kind of interesting. In every other sport, there's some type of draft. So let's say you are Dirk Nowitzki, which maybe some basketball fans will know. He was a player that came in from Germany and he played basketball. In order to play basketball, he had to be subjected to a draft. So, the worst teams in our sports that finish with the worst record, they get the chance at the best players. So like LeBron James went first overall pick, he went to the worst team. Baseball is a unique animal. That if you are an international player, if you play in the Dominican Republic or you play somewhere overseas, you are not eligible for the draft. So the best teams, if you have the most money, you could just go and sign all the best international players. So that's what the international draft is. In addition to our best college players being drafted, high school players being drafted, it will now, for the first time ever, be an international draft. So that was kind of an agree to agree situation. They're going to agree to negotiate the terms of that. And I think they have until about July to come to terms on the international draft, but they didn't want this to hang up the CBA and move the season further back. So they've agreed to kind of work on a deal for the international draft. It's not quite official, but I think all sources are that this will happen eventually.
Okay. I think that's good for people to understand, because it's not just right here in the United States where players are being affected. It's even globally as well, as talks will continue on that. I want to get into some of the particulars of this, though. From today, what was the agreement? Will we know the differences? How substantial are those differences? And are they enough for what the players were asking for?
I think at the end of the day, I guess we could go big picture, right? Major League Baseball revenue has gone up 40% over the last 5 years. And player salaries, as crazy as this sounds, even though baseball is making $40 billion over the last 5 years, player salaries have actually gone backwards. They've actually gone down. So it's kind of a wait and see, right? We'll see how player salaries react to these new rules. But by and large, I think owners had been getting away with a lot. The fact that they could curb spending with this really reduced competitive balance tax, it's obviously going up, but maybe not up to the same extent that players wanted it to. So that's the big picture. I think players were comfortable canceling games, and I think they would have gone further, but they were comfortable with this deal. But they were in a sense that we can't keep having this. We can't keep having revenue going up to record levels, and our salaries are going down. So as much as you have a guy like Max Scherzer who signed with the Mets on a record-breaking deal, right? You have the bottom of the barrel. You have these minimum salary guys, but it's really the middle tier of baseball that's getting washed away. You have the best players and you have rookies. So this middle tier, these kind of 5, 6, 7-year veteran players, they were kind of being left behind. So that's the real test for the players union. If the bulk of their union, right, this middle tier of players, if those players can be compensated. And that, I think that was the main thing that they were trying to solve. But in so doing, right, raising the ceiling and raising the floor, that should help the middle.
So what happens now? What's next? What will the communication look like moving forward into this regular season and spring training too?
Baseball is going to happen, Daytona. That's the exciting part. I think there's a mandatory report date of March 13th for spring training. So we're going to get a pretty expedited spring training, which we saw during the the pandemic season of 2020, a shortened spring training. And I think games are supposed to start. I think I'm seeing the first week of April. So yeah, I was joking, with Andrew, our mutual friend, and I said that these deadlines that baseball was imposing to cancel games, they were not real. All Rob Manfred was doing, the commissioner of baseball, was canceling opening day on March 31st, which is not that big of a deal. You can move it back a week. We'll still have our games. They'll pack these in maybe with some day-night doubleheaders, but they'll get the games in. And if you move the baseball season back a little bit later into October, it'll be a little bit colder, but not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things.
Right. Last question for you, Dan. Did this timing come as a surprise to you? Was it earlier or later than you thought it would come down?
I think I expected at least, right, in our history of lockouts, sometimes they're zero, it's a week or so. This one I was ready to batten down the hatches, and I was telling people I thought at most we'd be looking at maybe a quarter of the season. I thought a deal would get done. So this is quicker than I expected. And can't really tell you exactly why. Maybe there were some big concessions that were made. One of them, I guess, Daytona, was the canceling of this very large grievance that the players had dating back to that pandemic season. They alleged that the owners cost the players about $500 million in salaries because of canceled games during the pandemic, because baseball kind of dragged their feet a little bit to bring back. So I thought it was going to be very contested. Baseball, the union gave that grievance up. So that was a little surprising. That was 500 million reasons to continue to fight that. But listen, at the end of the day, I think both sides are happy that a deal was struck. I think the fans are happy. The longer this went on, the more risk you had that the fans would not return. So I think all in all, a good deal for baseball. And I'm not going to get too hung up in the details. We have billionaires fighting with millionaires. It is what it is at a certain point.
All right, sports attorney Dan Lust here on the show for us. I think you're going to join us a little bit later as well to get more into the details as things are slowly trickling in about this agreement, the specifics in this, because I'm sure there's a lot of players out there who have questions too. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And we are going to
the other energy solutions that we're talking about doesn't seem interested. They need to get interested and get interested in a hurry, because their policies are hurting American families, hurting American farmers, and making it harder and more expensive for people to get by in this country.
Well, Joe Biden truly is the president of high prices. The American people are seeing it again today. The numbers are out, 7.9% inflation. This is a 40-year high. When I take a look at just about everybody on that side of the dais, most of you have never seen, you're under the age of 40, you haven't ever seen in your lifetime. And wages aren't keeping up. People are having to change the way that they eat, that they drive, and that they live. The decisions they make in their lives are being dramatically impacted by all of this. Gas is over $4 a gallon. And what does Joe Biden say? He said it's all blamed on Russia. Energy prices have been going up dramatically from the day he took office. Sure, today we're $2 a gallon more for gas than we were the day he took office. More of this is on him than on what's happening in Russia. And the Russian component of it is the fact that he has allowed us to become dependent on Russian oil. This is all on Joe Biden. And there are solutions that will make a difference for the families that are suffering. Pelosi's not going to notice this. Schumer's not going to notice it. The people that are going to notice it, young families struggling to get by, seniors, people living on a fixed income, those are the people that are noticing more and more that their dollars are buying less and less. And then to hear the White House talk about the fact that, as the president's spokesperson said yesterday, oh, we're producing at record highs. We are not. In the United States, we're 1.4 million barrels a day less now than we were before the pandemic in terms of oil production. 1.4 million barrels a day fewer barrels of oil. Why is that? This is an administration that has been at war with American energy. The Secretary of Interior has said clearly she wants to keep oil and gas in the ground. The White House talks about some permits that are out there that haven't been used. Well, you know what? When you have a permit, that's only the first area of permission you have to get from the government. You then have to get permission to drill. So the administration said, we're not given any permission to drill. There are over 4,600 permits where they're waiting, asking for permission to drill. It's like you paid rent on a house, or on an apartment, and they say, okay, we've taken your rent money. Oh, but we're not going to give you the key. You can't move in. How are you going to get in there? They're not allowing that. And a lot of people say, well, we're not even if we get permission to drill, we're not going to go in until we can build a pipeline. Oh, the administration said, sorry, we're not going to allow any of those permissions either. There are things we should be doing today to unleash American energy. We have it. We shouldn't be dependent upon Russia. We shouldn't be heading to Iran. We shouldn't be looking to go to Venezuela. We have the resources here in the ground. The administration needs to let us get them out. We're having a hearing right now at the Energy Committee talking about all of these things. And these inflation numbers today just highlight how poorly this administration has mismanaged our American economy, American energy, and have caused record inflations to the level that we're now at a 40-year high.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Senator Fisher for getting us together today to talk about really what I consider a national emergency. And I speak from that as the ranking member on agriculture. Last time when I was here, I brought a little chart. Now I've got a bigger chart.
Do you want me to hold it?
Well, yeah.
I can hold it.
Yeah. So, and I think this tells the story. This is from February of last year to February of this year. Now, the bars don't look very high, but this little bar here, farm machinery, represents a 28% increase. More than a significant increase. We're talking about animal feed, it's up 36%. Natural gas up 48%, diesel fuel up 54%, and then fertilizer up 171%. It'd be interesting if and I should have done it, but we were here a few weeks ago talking about the same thing, and I would say that if you looked at these bars compared to then, they would be shorter. Okay, this thing is moving so very fast. So When costs go up on our farmers and ranchers, it's a bad day for rural America. And it's a bad day for everyone who works so hard to purchase the food that they need, to put it on their table, and in essence, everyone loses. So this is a national emergency. What I would like to do is get the administration to focus on this. It affects everyone in America. It's not just an American problem, it's an international problem. So we simply have to lessen our cost, and thus lessen our cost to the consumer, which is so very important for the people of America. Thanks, Deb.
This morning, the Bureau of Labor Statistics confirmed what most of my neighbors in Indiana have known for weeks. Consumer price inflation is at record highs. Now, as wages rise, we've seen the price of household goods and essentials outpace the increase in wages consistently across income groups and across geographies. In short, people are hurting. Talk to business owners, they're hurting. Talk to the manufacturing workers in Indiana, they're hurting. The ag sector is, of course, hurting. But most importantly for today, I'd like to emphasize that people on fixed incomes are hurting. Our senior citizens, people of modest means. I had the opportunity just days ago to speak to the director of a not-for-profit on the east side of Indianapolis by the name of the Shepherd Community Center. They provide social services to at-risk Hoosiers and their families. And what this director told me was incredibly compelling and heartrending. We have families that this director is serving who are having to water down their milk so that it lasts a little bit longer. The price of rents is skyrocketing. Some people are being forced out of their homes. Trips to the local market cause great anxiety because of the sticker shocks. This is the everyday reality for these rank-and-file Hoosiers who are struggling to make it. And it doesn't have to be this way. These are policy-induced challenges. Policies. Policies like the $1 trillion+ American Rescue Plan. Now, this was originally billed as a COVID relief bill. It had very little to do with COVID relief. This partisan bill sloshed $1 trillion+ into the American economy at a time that the economy was opening up again, and this has driven inflation. We know this. And more of the same has been proposed with the president's signature initiative, the Build Back Better plan. Well, I'm here to reassure my constituents, especially those who are on fixed incomes, that I'm not only attentive to this issue, it is my #1 priority as their United States Senator. We're going to fight back against some of these nonsensical, irrational, simplistic policies that national Democrats continue to put forward, and we're going to do whatever we can to fight back as members of Congress to ensure that these policies, which will exacerbate the current inflation, do not see the light of day.
Well, as you saw this morning, inflation is now 7.9%, 40-year high. Absolutely unbelievable. And it goes back to what we've been talking about for the last number of weeks, and that's the underlying price. price of energy is a huge part of it. So for those of us from rural states like my state of North Dakota, obviously Nebraska, big ag state as well, Indiana, our farmers are out there producing the food, fuel, and fiber every day that makes America work. And, you know, one of the biggest underlying costs they have is energy. When you look at oil, natural gas, I mean, they, whether it's fueling their equipment, whether it's the fertilizer that they put on their fields, which of course is natural gas based, whether it's chemical that they use and so forth, all those things are energy based. So the run up in energy costs directly impacts their costs in a big, big way. And remember, this now affects every single American because, I mean, that's the food supply. And, you know, we like to say, and rightly so, that our farmers produce the highest quality, lowest cost food supply in the world that benefits every single American every single day. But when their costs are going up dramatically, in some cases more than 30%, I mean, you see a gallon of gasoline is now, on average, $4.25 going up. And you see how much energy goes into our food production, you recognize that that, of course, gets passed along to all consumers. And it's not just the administration's putting the handcuff on our ability here in this country to produce oil and gas. It's also the war on coal. And I can tell you from a state that's huge in agriculture, but also huge, really an energy powerhouse for this country, we're seeing it. For example, obviously, as I just said, we're seeing it in the oil and gas prices. We produce 1.1 million barrels of oil a day in our state, second to Texas. We produce huge amounts of natural gas, but because we can't get the approvals and the permits, we can't get gathering systems and get that natural gas to market. So in some cases, we're flaring it. Makes no sense whatsoever. And then even in the case of coal, we have Dakota Gasification Company, huge plant that actually takes coal, converts it to synthetic natural gas, and then uses that to make fertilizer, urea, anhydrous. So we're not buying it from Indonesia or anywhere else. We're producing it right here at home. But those costs that go into energy production, whether it's on coal, oil, or natural gas, all are driving up costs in everything we do. Not just the food supply, but everything we do. And that's why the Biden administration needs to change course. And that's the point we're making, whether it's for energy, whether it's the food supply, for whether it's our consumers here at home trying to stop this growth in inflation, or whether it's working with our allies to support Ukraine. The Biden administration needs to change its policies when it comes to energy production.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. Number one, are we facing a food crisis? Can farmers even have a margin left with these input costs soaring the way they are from fertilizer and other inputs, and overcome, so this might even overcome the increase they're getting for their grain, which has also gone up because of Russia and Ukraine being big producers. And secondly, as a temporary solution, is the administration saying no to using, for instance, E15 year-round through the summer to offset that 700,000 barrel shortfall because of Russia?
Mm-hmm. Farmers right now, what they're telling me is they're weighing their options. You know, commodity prices are doing pretty well, but the input costs are so high, so they're trying to make some planning decisions with an understanding of what the market is, what their costs is, in talking to their bankers as well too. I just met with some Nebraska bankers. They feel that the ag economy is good. We're not looking at a situation like the 80s, but there is just so much uncertainty out there all across the board, whether it's in agriculture, small businesses, families. There is so much uncertainty out there that people are worried about the future. And that transfers to our energy industry, which Senator Hoeven can certainly speak to with a lot of knowledge with what his state does. But when you have an administration, when you have a presidential candidate, Joe Biden, saying that companies should be held liable People should be put in jail. I mean, there's a direct attack on energy producers in this country. Think of the uncertainty for energy producers. They want to be able to get out there and be productive to meet our needs. One thing I hear besides inflation is, why in the world are we buying oil from Russia? That is the number one calls that I get. Why are we buying oil from Russia? And I cannot imagine the outrage that every single elected official here is going to hear if we then switch to buy it from Venezuela and Iran. This is a ridiculous policy. And as an ethanol-producing state, we need to look at a clean, renewable energy in ethanol, in biofuels. We're in all of the above. When we're talking energy, that truly means all of the above. And you cannot demonize fossil fuels. You cannot put out misinformation on biofuel and ethanol production and think you can accomplish anything by calming fears, promoting optimism in this country again, which obviously is not coming from the Biden administration.
So have they said
I would say two things.
Said no to E15, and that could make the difference in the volume in a short amount of time.
Yeah, you know, I've had bills that would promote, first of all, the RVOs, to take a look at that, and also year-round sale of E15. It's vitally important. We need to offer consumers choices. That's extremely important. And again, if we truly are talking about an all of the above energy policy, we certainly don't see it in the policies coming from this administration when they demonize certain segments of the American economy and the American energy sector.
So I would say, yes, we are going to see disruptions. I mean, right now, I'm talking to farmers and ranchers. They're worried that they are going to be able to get anhydrous and other fertilizer and other inputs. So yes, they are very concerned about that, no question about it. And then you got all the supply chain disruptions too. For example, you know, I'm on legislation that would help with the container issues. You know, obviously we're in situations now where we have containers that come in from the Pacific Rim and they go back empty. So we've got the ocean container shipping legislation, along with Senator Thune, Senator Klobuchar, and others. So we've also got to solve these supply chain disruptions, and we can't have regulations like WOTUS coming back. You remember the whole WOTUS issue under the Obama administration? We fixed that under the Trump administration. We get something that respects private property rights, and now the Biden administration pulls that back, and they want to go right back to the Obama version. That hits our farmers four square in terms of what they're trying to do out there. That hits our energy producers. That drives up costs. That restricts our ability to produce more food and more energy. Those are the things that are creating huge problems out there, like I say, not only in terms of supply, but also supply chain disruptions. So yes, we are going to see those things, and we're quite concerned about it.
Yes.
I have a question about the omnibus bill. So it does have increased funding for multiple different agencies. So and it seems there's enough Republican support to get this through the Senate. What would you say to Americans who are kind of scratching their heads or who are critical, asking, why would you guys be willing to vote for a bill with increased funding for government agencies while we're seeing this record high inflation? What would you say to them?
I would say that they have a good point. You know, as a government, as a federal government, we should be setting priorities just like families do. And when times are tough and you see increases in inflation and you're making your paychecks stretch and stretch to make ends meet, I would say that we need to set priorities just like families do. And that isn't, in my opinion, to make increases across the board. It's to go back to regular order, be able to bring up appropriations bills and have a robust debate on them, and then take a vote on appropriations bills.
Are you personally supporting this, and do you think there will be a significant Republican support, or you think just bare minimum?
You know, we're going through the bill. My staff and I are going through the bill to see what's in over 2,000 pages of a piece of legislation that we'll be taking a vote on soon.
And then one more follow-up question, sorry. Senator Schumer has repeatedly criticized the Republican Party, saying you guys always bash Democrats for inflation, but without proposing solid solutions for tackling it. What is your response to that? Are you guys working on solid solutions that could help?
I think you heard today from my colleagues and I up here solid solutions to tackle inflation. When we saw the economy grow and jobs grow under the last administration, it was because of policies that were carried out, whether it's with energy or whether it's looking at regulations. Senator Hoeven brought up WOTUS. That's huge in my state as well. And so I think that we constantly put forth all sorts of different ideas on a variety of issues. We'll continue to do that. And Senator Schumer is doing his job as the Democrat leader.
And
yes.
Piggybacking on her point, I guess, is there any proposal that Republicans have to try to mitigate food costs specifically? Is there any conversations with the Department of Ag, for instance, to try and help alleviate some of the burdens that farmers are facing right now?
I think you have to look at, again, regulations that are out there, and when you know there's uncertainty with the administration, people are leery of making investments that they don't know what the return will be on.
Thanks, guys. That's it.
Yep. Thank you.
And they now support those things. So I'm not losing hope. I think this makes sense. I think this is the right thing to do. Only this? No, other things as well. If they can get more armed drones, that would be fantastic. We don't have the ability, I'm told, to do that, but other countries do. And we can help facilitate that as well. There are other countries that have other Soviet-era aircraft that could be helpful, like Bulgaria and Slovakia, including MiG-29s. So I think this is part of a package that they desperately want. They know what their needs are better than anyone. They're the ones being killed. And I think we need to respond.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take questions.
Senator Ernst?
Yes, thank you.
This morning, the Director of National Intelligence said at the hearing that Senator Collins referenced that they have intelligence assessments to back up their belief that the transfer of these planes would be escalatory or provocative, in their words. Have you seen those intelligence assessments, and if so, what do you make of them?
I have not seen those intelligence estimates. So I do know that the intelligence community also said that Ukraine would be gone in 3 to 5 days when Russia went into Ukraine. That hasn't happened. We have very differing ideas on what could happen, should happen, but as Senator Portman pointed out, escalatory. I think if Joe Biden looked sideways at President Putin would take it as being escalatory. So I think we need to stand up, step up, and provide the Ukrainians what they need. And they need this.
Yeah, I just note, let me just say note as well that President Putin has actually said that things we're doing are provocative. He's already said that the sanctions we put in place are like declaring war. He's going to continue saying that, and we're fearful of provoking him. It's time for him to be fearful of us instead of the other way around. And we have to do everything in our power to provide the capability of the Ukrainian people to defend themselves. And that is something which we must do. The president must take this action because lives are at stake.
Yes, ma'am.
Have either of you been in direct contact or received an explanation from senior Pentagon officials about why they're not providing the MiGs?
I have not. I have not. We just know what has been stated previously by the administration, but somehow in the last day or so, their opinion has changed.
You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure this out. On March 6th, 4 days ago, it was the policy of the United States to give a green light to transfer the MiGs from Poland to the Ukraine. Apparently, there was no intelligence assessment at that time to deny the green light. No one apparently at the Pentagon spoke up and say this would be an escalation, or if they did, they were ignored. So what's happened from March the 6th to today? The Russians have backed the administration down. When the Poles wanted our help in the transfer to have their back and did something pretty clever, well, why don't you help us transfer? All of a sudden, this went to World War III. All of a sudden, these jets that were going to be given by the Poles to defend Ukraine were now the tool for the Ukrainians to invade Russia. A squadron of MiG-29s. This stinks. This is dishonorable, and we need to change course. And Tom Cotton's here.
Yes. So we have been joined by a couple additional members. I would like them to speak to you as well, and then we'll resume with questions.
Yeah, and I'll address that question. This decision is not based on any intelligence. This is a policy decision, and it's one more of the timid, hesitating half measures this administration has taken. You may have seen this morning in the annual open hearing of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I pressed Director Avril Haines on this. There is no intelligence that suggests these aircraft, somehow uniquely, these aircraft are going to be escalatory in Vladimir Putin's eyes. It was the exact same intelligence that caused the administration not to send Stinger missiles for all of last year, to slow down the delivery of anti-tank missiles. There is no intelligence to support this. It's only the policy decision of the president. And it is a ridiculous decision, and it makes the United States look ridiculous. On Sunday, we give the green light to Poland to provide those planes. 2 days later, it would be escalatory if we did it after Poland gave it to us. We're providing them Stinger missiles to shoot Russian pilots out of the sky. We can't provide them tactical aircraft. You know who I bet doesn't draw a distinction between those two things? The Russian pilots who are being shot out of the sky by Stinger missiles or by tactical aircraft. This is just yet another instance in which Joe Biden has allowed Vladimir Putin to back him down by saying boo. He reminds me of the generals of the Army of Potomac when U.S. Grant took it over in 1864, had been beaten down by Robert E. Lee for 3 years. And Grant told them, I'm sick and tired of hearing about what Lee is going to do to us. You think he's going to do a somersault and land on our both our flanks and our rear at the same time. You should go back to your commands and decide what we are going to do to Lee. That's what Joe Biden needs to do. He needs to decide what the United States and NATO are going to do to put Vladimir Putin on the back foot. Because if we continue to blink every time Vladimir Putin says boo, it's not going to stop in Ukraine, it's not going to stop in Europe. We might as well call the commanding general at Fort Lewis outside Seattle and tell him to go take down the flag and surrender our position, because we will never stand up to Russia if every time Vladimir Putin says boo, we back down.
Thank you. James.
That's a pretty clear statement, Tom. So, end of the day, we need to stand with the Ukrainians. We either stand with the Ukrainians or we don't stand with the Ukrainians. This has been about blankets and medical equipment, and then it becomes anti-tank equipment, and then it is now Stinger missiles that are shooting Russian helicopter pilots in the face. They're asking for the next level in this, and it's not something new in the battle space. They have aircraft they're dealing with now, but they just have a very small number. We lose track of the fact that Ukraine is the size of Texas. And so this perception that somehow if 20 additional aircraft come in, that's going to be this enormous different game changer on them. They're covering a battle space the size of Texas. They need the opportunity to be able to defend as many different areas as they can. They need the opportunity to be able to have the Russians on the ground be concerned about Ukrainian aircraft coming into that area, taking out their ground forces, as the Ukrainian ground forces are now experiencing from Russian aircraft. That equalizes the battlefield. They're not asking for anything that's irrational or unreasonable. The Ukrainians are asking for simply the ability to be able to fight their own war in their own country from an aggressor. We either believe that Russia is the aggressor and the Ukrainians have the right to be able to defend themselves or not. We did not consider it escalatory when the Russians were sending in equipment in to be able to fight against us when they were providing that to the Taliban to attack us in Afghanistan. So for Putin to then make some threat to say this is escalatory, he's made that same threat for every single thing that we've done through this entire process. Putin should not want to face us, does not want to face us. We don't want a war with him, but we also need his people out of Ukraine, out of a free country, and we should stand alongside of those folks to be able to help them. In 2017, the Oklahoma National Guard spent an entire year training the Ukrainian military. They trained them on how to shoot, they trained them on how to organize, they trained them how to do battlefield communication, they trained them in medical care. They were walking alongside of them. Americans have been walking alongside the Ukrainians for years now to be able to prepare them for this moment. The last thing that we should do as a country is to now say, just kidding, that's too far. We're not going to allow you to be able to defend yourself any longer. Them receiving aircraft from Poland or from any other country in the area is no different than them receiving Stingers from us as well.
Thank you, Sarah Langford. Yes, ma'am.
So are you all willing to go on the record and say to Americans sitting at home that you're 1,000% confident that the U.S. is ready for any kind of Russian response that may come from us hand-delivering these jets? What do you think might happen, and do you think we are prepared for that, whatever that might be, to the whole plan?
Every military action involves a risk. There's no free choices here. But James Langford is absolutely right. This is a free country who depended on us, gave up their nuclear weapons because we said we'd be there with you, and we have an obligation to stand with them now. There's risk, no question about it. I don't think the Russians want to see these MiGs because they know they would be harmful to their effort. That's the reason they're making such noise about this.
I would go back to the Budapest Agreement of 1994 as well. We made an agreement, a written promise to the Ukrainian people, as did Russia, that we would defend them if they gave up their nuclear arsenal. They did that. We need to do absolutely everything we can to make sure that they are defending their sovereign land. And in just the half hour that we have been up here, we have lost more Ukrainians. I guarantee that. And we're not talking about their soldiers. We're talking talking about innocent women and children, babies, innocent men that are on the street because they don't have the capability to defend themselves as they choose to defend themselves, because we are not living up to the agreement that we signed in 1994. So if Russia would decide to come after the United States, that trips Article 5. And that means that all of NATO would be involved in pushing back against Russia. And I guarantee you, Russia does not want that.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the other reason that the Pentagon gave for rejecting the request is that the Ukrainians aren't using the planes that they have. They're flying very few sorties. I mean, can any of you who have been briefed speak to that situation? Will they actually use?
So Zelensky doesn't know. We know better than he does.
Yeah, see, that was the point of the call this last weekend. And when we asked the president to name the priorities for Ukraine, one was to embargo oil, to cut off that funding stream to Russia. The second was fighter jets. They need that air cover. If we're not willing to provide that no-fly zone for them, give them the means capable to defend their own airspace. And that's exactly what we should be doing. But I would also argue, too, that we have sent how many thousands of troops to Europe, to our NATO allies. We don't necessarily need them right now, do we? But they are there just in case.
Can I comment on that? Go ahead.
Yes.
No, I mean, just to talk about this specific question, the best information we have, and it may not be entirely accurate, but is that they had about 37 MiG-29s when this started. So we don't know how many they have now, because some have been shot down. And this notion that they're not flying all of them at once, of course they're not. I mean,